Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey everybody, welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay and I'm your host. Welcome back for this horrible case, but we must follow it. We must follow it through to the end because we've been following it since little Harmony was discovered as missing in 2021 of December of 2021. This is a horrific case, trigger warning, but welcome back to the channel. We are moving right into the next trial. And excuse my looks today. Thank you, Mega. Mega is bringing in the court TV people. She says she probably got banned. Meg taking one for the team. And you guys see the little bars up above? We met our member goal this week. Isn't that awesome? Thank you so much, guys, for all of your support through that crumbly trial. That was rough. But this is going to be a different kind of rough. This is going to be... I probably need to step away at times rough because it involves the death of a little innocent kid. He's a monster. He's an absolute monster. He is a typical narcissist, tries to, play victim. And I think he's very manipulative. And I think that we need to do a watch through in the next couple of days of his interrogation. I watched a little bit of it last night again for the second time, but he really just doesn't give a shit. He really has a very nonchalant attitude, and he's just not a good person. Adrian had to come here from Coke TV. Well, thank you so much, Adrian. We're glad you're here. So is he refusing to come in? There's no audio yet, I don't think. No. We're still muted in here, but I'm reading the court TV chat. Some people are questioning if he's... not wanting to come in. People are saying lock him up, drag him in there. I don't know. They're still setting up tables, so they, people can get a little ahead of themselves. Justice for little Harmony. Yes. So. Hi, Kendi. Hi, Cindy. Hi, Jean. Hi, Lucia. And, of course, Mega. The one and only Mega. Good morning, Sherry. The jury is selected. Yes. The jury is seated. Good morning, Olive. Beach lover, hello. My type of girl right there, beach lover. Yeah, I don't know if he's refusing. They haven't said that. The court TV stream started 20 minutes ago, so they just seated the juries. They're going to come in. They're probably, getting them situated. I don't know. Oh, court TV announced in chat. Hang on a second. Maybe he is being an asshole. Apparently, the defendant has the right not to appear. This person says Adam skipped out on the preliminary in January, and now he's skipping out on the first day of trial. Let's go to WMUR because they are live and they're local. And let's see what they're saying because I don't know. He might be refusing. Look at his ass yesterday. He walked in like this, guys. This is the murder trial for his daughter. He's a monster. Absolutely monster.
Life's big moments.
I don't know if they're going to have any commentary because it's a pool camera, so we'll see. He is gross. I agree. Like, I borderline, I'm like, I don't even know if I want to cover it, but I do for a little harmony. Do we have audio here? No. Let's see the difference. Oh, it's a different view. You guys like WMUR? Let's move this over. I kind of like WMUR.
Jury?
Okay, I muted Court TV. Let's see. I guess my headphones would help. Okay, WMUR is the one with audio. Hey, Potato. Hi, Makita Taylor. Welcome back.
All right, I'll ask the jurors to please remain standing. Everyone else, you may be seated.
Members of the jury, I'm going to swear you in now. So if you could please raise your right hands, and at the conclusion of the oath, if you would please say, "I will." You so solemnly swear or affirm that you will carefully consider the evidence and the law presented to you in this case, and that you will deliver a fair and true verdict as to the charges or charges against the defendant, so help you God. Amen. Thank you. Members of the jury, you can be seated. I'm going to now read the charges to you in this matter. There's 5 charges. The first is charge ID 1937947C. This states that Adam Montgomery of Manchester, New Hampshire, of Manchester in the state of New Hampshire, between approximately July 1st and July 22nd, 2019, at Manchester in the county of Hillsborough aforesaid, did commit the crime of second-degree assault, in that Adam Montgomery did knowingly cause bodily injury to H.M., date of birth 6/7/2014, a child under the age of 13, by striking her in the face. Said acts being contrary to the form of the statute in such case made and provided and against the peace and dignity of the state. The next charge in this matter is charge ID 2027112C, and this states that Adam Montgomery of Manchester in the state of New Hampshire, on or about December 7th, 2019, at Manchester in the county of Hillsborough aforesaid, did commit the crime of second-degree murder, in that Adam Montgomery did recklessly cause the death of Harmony Montgomery, date of birth 6/7/2014, a person under 13 years of age, under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life, by repeatedly striking Harmony Montgomery on the head with a closed fist. Said acts being contrary to the form of the statute in such case made and provided and against the peace and dignity of the state. The next charge is charge ID 2027113C, and this states that Adam Montgomery of Manchester in the state of New Hampshire, between approximately December 7th, 2019 and March 4th, 2020, at Manchester in the county of Hillsborough aforesaid, did commit the crime of falsifying physical evidence, in that Adam Montgomery, believing that an official proceeding, as defined in RSA 641:1, Roman numeral 2, or an investigation was pending or about to be instituted, did purposely alter, destroy, conceal, or remove the body of Harmony Montgomery with a purpose to impair its verity or availability in such proceeding or investigation. Said acts being contrary to the form of the statute in such case made and provided and against the peace and dignity of the state. The next charge in this matter is charge ID 2027114C, and this states that Adam Montgomery of Manchester, New Hampshire, at Manchester, between December 7th, 2019 and March 4th, 2020, did commit the offense of abuse of a corpse, in that the defendant did purposely and unlawfully removed, concealed, or destroyed the corpse of Harmony Montgomery or any part thereof. and this is against the peace and dignity of the state. And then the last charge is charge ID 202-7115C, and this states that Adam Montgomery of Manchester in the state of New Hampshire between approximately December 7th, 2019 and January 4th, 2022, at Manchester in the county of Hillsborough aforesaid, did commit the crime of tampering with witnesses and informants, in that Adam Montgomery, believing that an official proceeding as defined in RSA 641:1, Roman numeral 2, or investigation was pending or about to be instituted, did purposely attempt to induce or otherwise cause Kayla Montgomery to testify or inform falsely. Said acts being contrary to the form of the statute in such case made and provided and against the peace and dignity of the state. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant, Adam Montgomery, has been arraigned on these charges and he has pleaded not guilty, and of this he puts himself upon his country for trial, which country you are. Assistant Attorneys General Benjamin Agati and Christopher Knowles for the state have joined the issue, and you are to say by your verdict if the defendant, Adam Montgomery, is guilty of the crimes whereof he stands indicted or not guilty. Hearken to the evidence. Thank you.
Where is he?
Members of the jury, shortly you will hear opening statements by counsel. Before that, I'm going to give you some general instructions as to the law that applies to this case and some other matters which will give you some guidance as you consider the evidence in this case. After you have heard the evidence and you have heard closing arguments, you will hear further instructions from the court, and then you will retire to the jury deliberation room to decide your verdict. You should consider all of the instructions I give you, both now and at the end of the case as a whole, and not single out one particular instruction as stating the law. You will also have written copies of my instructions with you in the jury deliberation room. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is not a memory test. What I ask of you now is just listen carefully to the instructions that I give to you. You will have as many copies as you like in the deliberation room when it comes to decide your verdict. So you will have written copies of both the instructions that I give you now as well as the ones that I give you at the end of the case as a whole. And every juror can have one available to them. So please just listen carefully now as I give you these instructions. The function of the court and the jury. In order to reach a fair and just verdict, you must understand and follow the law as I explain it to you. For example, you have to understand the definitions of the crimes with which the defendant is charged. You have to understand how convinced one way or the other you should be before deciding your verdict. You have to understand what to consider in deciding whether to believe a particular witness. These instructions will explain the law as to these and other matters so that you can reach a fair and just verdict. It is your duty as jurors to follow all of the instructions I am about to give you. Regardless of any opinion you may have as to what the law ought to be, the law as I explain it to you is the law you must follow in reaching your verdict. It is up to you to decide the facts. You must decide the facts solely from the evidence in this trial. You must apply the law given to you in these instructions to the facts and in this way reach a fair and just verdict. You should decide the facts without prejudice, without fear, and without sympathy. You should decide this case based solely on the evidence presented and the law as I explain it to you. The evidence in the case. In deciding this case, you should consider only the evidence in the case. The evidence consists of testimony under oath of the witnesses, exhibits which have been admitted into evidence, facts of which I take judicial notice, and stipulations of certain facts. During the trial, the lawyers may make objections. The lawyers are supposed to object when they believe that certain evidence is not admissible. If I sustain an objection or exclude any evidence, you must not guess as to what the answer or evidence would have been. If I order that a question and answer be stricken from the record, you must not consider either the question or the answer as evidence. A judge is required to be neutral, and I am in fact neutral. If during this trial or at any point during these proceedings you believe that I have expressed or suggested an opinion as to the facts in my rulings, you should ignore that belief. It is up to you alone to decide the facts. In short, you should consider only the legally admissible evidence in deciding this case, that is, the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits, stipulations, and facts of which I took judicial notice. We talked earlier that there will be a view in this case, and I'll give you an instruction on the view later, but the view is also evidence in the case, but you'll hear an instruction on that in a little bit. The indictments are not evidence. The fact that the defendant has been arrested and indicted is not evidence of guilt. The indictments are simply a way of giving the defendant notice of the charges. The indictments are a formal way of accusing the defendant of a crime in order to bring the defendant to trial. You must not consider the indictments as evidence of guilt. Multiple indictments, one defendant. Each of the indictments against the defendant constitutes a separate offense. You must consider each indictment separately and determine whether the state has proven the defendant's
prosecutor
guilt
right
beyond
there?
a reasonable doubt. The fact that you may find the defendant guilty or not guilty on one of the indictments should not influence your verdict with respect to the other indictments. The possible punishment the defendant may receive if you return a guilty verdict should not influence your decision. The duty of imposing sentence is solely for the judge. You should base your verdict only on the evidence and the law without considering the possible punishment. The presumption of innocence. As you were instructed during the general selection process, there is a presumption of innocence that applies and continues throughout this trial until the state convinces you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant is guilty of each and every element of the offenses with which he has been charged, and the defendant has no obligation whatsoever to prove his innocence in this matter, and that includes the right not to testify if he so chooses. You are not allowed to draw any unfavorable, adverse, or negative inference if the defendant does not take the stand in this matter. The jury's recollection controls. You will hear the lawyers discuss the facts and the law in their opening statements and closing arguments to you. These statements and arguments are not evidence. Their purpose is to help you understand the evidence and the law. If the lawyers have stated the law differently from the law as I explain it to you in these instructions, then you must follow these instructions and ignore the statements of the lawyers. If the lawyers state the evidence differently from how you recall it, then you should follow your own memory of what the evidence was. Direct and circumstantial evidence. There are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is direct proof of a fact, such as the testimony or statement of a person about what the person saw, heard, or did. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, that is, proof of a chain of facts from which you could find that another fact exists, although it has not been proved directly. For example, if you look outside and see water droplets falling from the sky, that is direct evidence that it's raining. But if you look out the window at night and the ground is dry,
That is
and again the
indirect
next
evidence.
morning and the ground is wet, that is indirect or circumstantial evidence that it rained during the night. By circumstantial evidence, I simply mean that you may infer the ultimate fact from another fact shown. You should feel free to reach reasonable conclusions from proven facts. Conversely, you may not reach conclusions based on facts that have not been proved. In the rain example, wet ground alone may support an inference that it rained during the night. But in the absence of additional evidence, it will not necessarily support inferences about how much rain fell or for how long a period of time. You should consider both kinds of evidence. You are permitted to give equal weight to both, but it is for you to decide how much weight to give any evidence, whether it be direct or circumstantial. However, to be sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, circumstantial evidence must exclude all other rational conclusions. This means that if from the circumstantial evidence it is rational to arrive at two conclusions, one consistent with guilt and one consistent with innocence, then you must choose the rational conclusion consistent with innocence. In determining whether all rational conclusions other than guilt have been excluded, you should not consider any item of circumstantial evidence in isolation. Rather, you should consider each item of circumstantial evidence in the context of all of the other evidence, which includes all other circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. You must understand, however, that this circumstantial evidence rule does not apply to direct evidence. If there is a conflict between two or more witnesses who offer direct evidence concerning certain facts, you should resolve the conflict. For example, suppose there are two eyewitnesses to a crime, and one testifies that the defendant committed the crime, and the other testifies that the defendant did not commit the crime. This presents a situation where there is a conflict in direct evidence. In this situation, you, the jury, should resolve the conflict and must decide whether, based upon all of the evidence, the state has proved the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You should consider all of the direct and circumstantial evidence in the case, as well as any reasonable inferences you draw therefrom, in deciding whether the state has proved all of the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The credibility of witnesses. In deciding this case, you must decide the credibility of witnesses. That is, it is up to you to decide who to believe. If there is any conflict between the witnesses, then you must resolve the conflict. Simply because a witness has taken an oath to tell the truth does not mean that you have to accept the testimony as true. Use your common sense and judgment. Consider factors you use in deciding important issues in your everyday lives. For example, you may consider the following: the witness's attitude, behavior, and appearance on the stand, and the way the witness testifies. The witness's age, intelligence, and experience. The witness's opportunity and ability to see or hear the things about which the witness testifies. The accuracy of the witness's memory. Any motive of the witness not to tell the truth. Any interest that a witness has in the outcome of the case. Any bias of the witness, or friendship or animosity the witness may have for or against any of the other people in the case. The consistency or inconsistency of the witness's testimony. Whether or not what the witness says appears reasonable or unreasonable. Whether what the witness says is consistent or inconsistent with the testimony of other witnesses or with statements the witness made at another time. In deciding which witness to believe and how much of their testimony to believe, you should consider both the direct and cross-examination of the witnesses. If you believe that part of a witness's testimony is false, you may choose to distrust other parts also, but you are not required to do so. Inconsistencies and contradictions within a witness's testimony or between witnesses do not necessarily mean that you should disbelieve the witness. It is possible for honest people to witness the same event and see or hear things differently. You should evaluate inconsistencies and contradictions and determine whether they are important or unimportant. You need not believe any witness even though the testimony is uncontradicted. Nor are you required to accept testimony as true because some or even all of the witnesses agree with each other. You may find the testimony of one witness or of a few witnesses more persuasive than the testimony of a larger number. These principles apply to all witnesses, whether they are ordinary citizens, police officers, experts, or otherwise. In short, you should consider the testimony of each witness and give it the weight you think it deserves. The weight to be given to the evidence should be determined by the quality of the evidence, not the quantity. It is not the number of witnesses or the quantity of the evidence, but the quality of the evidence that is important. The judge decides what is admissible. Testimony, writing, objects, and other things presented during the trial are evidence only if the judge accepts them as evidence. Throughout the trial, I may rule on whether certain evidence was admissible or not admissible. These are legal decisions which do not concern you, because only the judge is permitted to decide legal questions. I may make 3 types of legal decisions with regard to the evidence. First, I may stop some information from being presented at all. You are not to imagine what that information might have been had I allowed it to be presented. Second, I may rule that some information was not admissible after it was presented to you. You are to ignore this information and not use it as evidence. Finally, I may allow some information to be entered as evidence after hearing objections by one of the lawyers. You are not to give such evidence any special importance as a result of my ruling. It is not my duty, and I do not try to determine whether the evidence is important when I make my rulings. The burden of proof and reasonable doubt. Now, I've addressed what you should not consider and what you should consider in reaching a verdict. I'm now going to discuss with you how convinced one way or the other you must be, and this is referred to as the burden of proof. Under our constitutions, all defendants in criminal cases are presumed to be innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proving guilt is entirely on the state. The defendant does not have to prove his innocence. As I told you earlier, the defendant enters the courtroom as an innocent person, and you must consider him to be an innocent person until the state convinces you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that he is guilty of every element of the alleged offense. If after all of the evidence and arguments you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant having committed any one or more elements of the offense, then you must find him not guilty. Now finally, ladies and gentlemen, a reasonable doubt is what the words would ordinarily imply. The use of the word reasonable means simply that the doubt must be reasonable rather than unreasonable. It must be a doubt based upon reason. It is not a frivolous or fanciful doubt, nor is it one that can easily be explained away. Rather, it is such a doubt based on reason as remains after consideration of all of the evidence that the state has offered against it. The test you must use is this. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the state has proven any one or more elements of the crime charged, you must find the defendant not guilty. However, if you find the state has proven all of the elements of the charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. With respect to the final instructions regarding the offenses, I will wait until the end of the trial and after closing arguments and discuss it with you at that time. So as I said, I will give you another set of instructions after closing arguments at the end of this case. You will have all of these instructions with you in the deliberation room when it comes time to decide your verdict. As I said to you earlier, there's a form of this instruction that I'm about to give you. We call it the communication instruction that I'll give you. I've given you some of it before, and I'll continue to give it throughout the trial. Please listen very carefully. Do not discuss the case at all, not with the other members of the jury or with anyone else, until jury deliberations start at the end of the trial after all of the evidence and final arguments have been presented. Please keep an open mind until you have heard all of the evidence in the case. During the course of trial, please take care to avoid any contact with any persons involved in the case, the lawyers, the witnesses, and the parties. So I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, as you come in and out of the courthouse, you may see the lawyers or other people involved in the case. They have been instructed that they are not to communicate with you, so they are not being rude if they don't acknowledge your presence or smile at you or say hello as you may pass them in the hallways. But you must, they are required to avoid any contact with you, and you are required to avoid any contact with them. So no contact with anyone involved in the case, please. Also, please be sure to avoid any television, radio, online, or newspaper coverage of this case. I anticipate that there will be media coverage of this case. As I indicated earlier, you know that there are cameras in the courtroom. They have been instructed that they are not to take pictures of the jurors in the case, but I expect that there will be media coverage. You are instructed that you must not read any articles or view any media coverage on television, online, or elsewhere. So avoid your local papers. Have somebody pull the international section if you want. But don't watch any media coverage of the case, okay? You are instructed to turn off any notification or banners that come through your smartphone, computers, smartwatches, or other devices, okay? Finally, do not conduct any research or investigation of your own. You must render your verdict based solely on the evidence submitted at trial. So don't look up the law. That will be given to you in the court's instructions. Don't drive by any locations. Don't look up any names. Don't look anybody up on social media. It is critically important that your verdict in this case is based exclusively on the evidence that's presented at trial. Our trial day will generally go from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. We will also generally take a mid-morning and mid-afternoon break. I try to look at sort of natural break points in the case to determine when those breaks happen. But generally we'll have a mid-afternoon, mid-morning break, and we'll also have a lunch break. The court has asked you to put your cell phones in a box in the jury deliberation room. Please make sure they are silenced or turned off altogether. As I said to you, you will be permitted to check your phones when you are on break. However, you are not to look at any news reporting or media coverage of this case, as I have already told you. Additionally, you are not permitted to take notes of any kind, not on paper nor on your phones. The reason for this is that it is important that your recollection of the evidence is what controls. Sometimes, if notes are taken, they can be given undue weight, and it's important that when it comes time to deliberate, you are using your individual and collective memories about the evidence, and one note or one written recollection doesn't control. You should also be aware that there will be no transcript available to you when it comes time to deliberate. So although we have our excellent court monitors here, and there's an audio recording that is not available to the jurors, and there will be no transcript. So your individual and collective recollection is what will control as you go into the deliberations. Therefore, please listen carefully to the evidence as it is presented. If, during the course of this trial, you have any questions or problems, you become thirsty or need anything else, just get the court officer's attention, either of our court officers or my attention, so that we can assist you. If at any time during the trial you cannot hear, please raise your hand so that I can ask the witness or the lawyers to speak up. That goes as well for any monitors. If you cannot see, please do let us know. It is important that you are viewing and listening to all of the evidence as it's presented. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now 20 of. I had indicated to you earlier that I thought we would go right into opening statements, but based on what I anticipate the length of the opening statements will be, I think that would hold your lunch off for quite a long time. So, after speaking with the lawyers, I think what we're going to do is we'll
eat
take an
first.
early lunch break. So we're going to break now. Please come back at in 1 hour,
Hi, Teresa.
so 20 to 1. And then we'll move directly into opening statements. So don't talk about the case, not with each other, not with anybody else. Don't look up any media, don't do any independent research, and I will see you in an hour after lunch. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors.
I like this judge. She's like, okay, let's get the jury instructions out and let's eat lunch, and then we'll go right into opening statements. Look at the bags of evidence. Like I said, he had her in a duffel bag, and I don't know if that might be part of the evidence. I don't remember what they found, but that's why we're watching the trial, right? It's better, like, go into it blindly.
You can be seated.
And just pretend like you're a juror, you know, if you don't know anything about it.
Do you want to just come back at
Shake it off.
12:30?
I didn't realize they
What
couldn't
would
take
you like to do?
notes.
Just thinking, Your Honor, with regards to the arrangements for the bus.
Oh, wait, hold on.
Time is and what we can do hopefully with them to, because we're shifting the times back, so. Maybe if we could approach on that. just-
Sure.
They're approaching. So he said something about a bus, or I don't know what he's talking about, but We're done. They're coming back, I think, at 12:30. The lawyers will be back. Yeah, just go in blind. Yeah, I'll play the timeline video. That's a great idea. Let's do that. And then I'm going to go grab myself a Coke. It's 11:42. It's Coke Zero time. It's peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter and jelly. Why am I singing that? Stop. Okay, here we go. It didn't feel right not streaming with you guys today, by the way. Case timeline. Threw this together last night. Bear with me. It's not the best production, but it gives you some insight into, how everything went in order. And then, there's 3 different women with Adam. So there's Crystal, and it's weird. They're all okay, so there's Crystal, Kayla, and Kelsey. Can't make it up. Crystal is Harmony's bio mom. Kayla is Adam's ex-wife, and Crystal is Adam's ex-girlfriend. Or wait, Crystal is the bio mom. Kayla is the stepmother, and Kelsey is an ex-girlfriend who passed away. There we go. I know. I was feeling a little lonely too. I'm glad you guys are here. All right, let's move this dang thing over. That dang old internet, man. Clickety, clickety, click. Poor little Harmony. Harmony deserved so much better than the shit she got dealt. And then no one knew she was missing for 2 freaking years. It's disgusting. Hey guys, welcome back to Jay is for Justice. My name is Jay. I am your host. If you are new here, please consider subscribing. And if you like my videos, give them a big like button. I don't know where that came from. A big like button? If you like my videos, please do hit that like button. Let's begin. We are going to run through a timeline provided by WMUR.com to give a brief update of the Harmony Montgomery investigation. I figured this was the best way to run through it because there are several moving parts and key players. We're going to start in June of 2014. Little Harmony was born. Crystal Sorey is her sole caretaker, and her father, Adam, was in prison. August 2014 to January of 2018. Harmony is moved from Crystal Sorey's care 3 times because of neglect related to drug use. Harmony visits her father in prison twice in January and July of 2015. September to 2015, Adam is released from prison and moves to New Hampshire. September 2016, 1 year after his release, Adam contacted the Massachusetts Department of Children and Families to resume visits with Harmony. In February of 2017, after visits with Harmony once per month for 5 months, Adam stopped responding to DCF when they requested for future meetings. Fast forward to August of 2018, Adam Montgomery meets with Harmony for the first time in 11 months and the 9th time in her life. He contacted DCF in December 2017 after a 7-month period with no contact. And there is cute little Harmony. July 2018, Crystal Sorey, mother of Harmony, loses custody of her daughter in Massachusetts. Sorey later tells police she lost custody because of drugs, and Harmony was placed in a foster home. Now, fast forward to December of 2018, the Massachusetts Department of Children and Families requested a home study by the New Hampshire Division of Children, Youth, and Families at the Montgomery's home in Manchester. But the request did not include the necessary information to initiate a home study. So Massachusetts tried to talk to New Hampshire and it didn't work. February 2019, Harmony's father, Adam, was granted legal custody of Harmony by a family court judge in Lawrence, Massachusetts. DCYF officials are notified of the custody decision before it receives the additional information it requested for the home study. Total failure. Easter 2019. Sori says she spoke with her daughter on a FaceTime around this time. She says this was the last time she saw Harmony. And now we're going to hear from Crystal Sori.
In Manchester, I'm Tim Callery, Well, Harmony's mother, along with her family, gathered here at this park in Manchester tonight. Everyone coming together, vowing to bring Harmony home. Crystal Sori holds hands with her family as they gather for a vigil and pray for the safe return of her daughter, Harmony Montgomery. The 7-year-old girl has not been seen since October of 2019. Crystal last saw Harmony in April of that year.
Last time I saw her was Easter. I had a FaceTime with her. I showed her her basket. I said, next time I see you, you're going to have this basket I got you.
But Crystal says after that call, Harmony's father and legal custodian, Adam Montgomery, cut all ties with her and her family.
Everyone, his family, me, even my sister reached out, others. Nothing.
Worried about her daughter, Crystal says for months she called DCYF, law enforcement, anyone who could help her track down Harmony.
Anybody I could. I reached out to all of my family. Listen, we need to come forward. Something's happening.
But it wasn't until 2 years later, New Year's Eve 2021, when Manchester police announced a missing persons investigation for Harmony after officials say they became aware of her disappearance just days earlier. Since then, police have set up a hotline, established a $94,000 reward for information, and conducted numerous searches for Harmony. On Saturday, investigators were at her last known address, a home on Guilford Street. And as they continue to follow leads, Crystal says she has made it her mission to bring Harmony home. Never giving up.
No, never. We're coming. We're going to bring her home. None of us. We're never going to stop.
And now if you have any information on the whereabouts of Harmony Montgomery, you can contact the Manchester Police Department at 603-203-6060.
So a little too late to be worried about, never giving up. But this was a breakdown of a lot of things. Drug use, horrible parenting, and CPS not doing their job right. Okay, so July 29th, 2019, DCYF received an anonymous call alleging abuse. The caller said that Harmony had a black eye when the caller visited the Guilford Street home in Manchester the week before. A CPS worker visited the home and emailed Manchester police to say there was no injury. August 7th, 2019, a CPS worker visits the home again and interviews Harmony and Adam and Kayla. Kayla is Adam's wife at the time. The worker notes a red mark in Harmony's eye and faded bruising under her eyelid. Adam Montgomery says the mark was caused when she was struck by a toy while playing with a sibling. The caseworker also speaks to Crystal Sori, who tells the agency she lost custody of Harmony to Adam. August 1st, 2019, the final visit from the CPS worker to the Guilford Street house. The worker reports the children appeared happy and healthy. The assessment concludes that the report of abuse was unfounded, but the family was at high risk for future concerns. November or December 2019. According to Kayla, Adam told her around this time that he was taking Harmony to Lowell, Massachusetts, where her mother lives. Kayla Montgomery later tells police this was the last time she saw Harmony. When looking to learn more about Harmony's case, police narrowed the time frame to November 28th to December 10th. Then they later reveal she was killed in early December of 2019. January 8th, 2020. A referral is received by DCYF about the Montgomery household. Adam Montgomery tells a child protective service worker that Harmony is with her mom in Massachusetts and had been since Thanksgiving 2019. January 21st, 2020. The child protective service worker leaves a voicemail for Crystal Sori to confirm Harmony's address. Officials say Sori didn't return the call. So a whole year goes by almost, and a person close to Crystal Sori contacted DCYF and raised concerns that Sori hasn't seen Harmony since 2019. DCYF confirms Harmony has never been registered for school in Manchester. And then they begin to try to locate the Montgomery family. November 18th of 2021, Crystal Sori calls Manchester police saying she hasn't seen her daughter since Easter 2019. Manchester police say their phone records indicate this is the only call the department has received from Crystal Sorey. December 27th, 2021. DCYF notifies Manchester police they are unable to locate Harmony. Police start to look for Harmony's father. December 29th, 2021. Crystal Sorey sends a letter to Manchester Mayor Joyce Craig, begging for help finding her daughter. December 31st, 2021. Happy New Year. Detectives find Adam Montgomery living in his car with his new girlfriend. Police describe him as uncooperative and refusing to provide information on Harmony's whereabouts. Police also interview Kayla Montgomery. Manchester police hold a press conference announcing the search for Harmony.
Holidays and no time.
Manchester police are desperate for any information to lead them to a missing 7-year-old girl. Harmony Montgomery was last seen at a residence in the city in October of 2019, but police say she wasn't reported missing to them until this week.
We cannot investigate things if they're not brought to our attention. And when this was brought, we're on it.
Investigators aren't commenting on Harmony's parents or how they found out she was missing, only saying they have spoken to her family members.
So what's happened in the last 2 years? Fair question, right? That's why I'm here today, because we need assistance, we need help.
These pictures of Harmony were taken when she was about 5 years old. She has blonde hair, blue eyes, and is blind in her right eye, so she could be wearing glasses. Police say she may have been going to school in Massachusetts when she was last seen.
We're on the holidays, and no time is a good time for a child to go missing, but I'm imploring, I'm asking, even I'll go as far as I'm begging the community, all right? I don't care if you saw this young girl a year ago and you think it's irrelevant. Call us.
Manchester's police chief saying he's using every available resource to find Harmony as soon as possible.
I have detectives working on this that all have children of their own. I do not doubt their level of commitment, and we're going to stay at this 24/7.
Anyone who might be able to help is urged to call Manchester Police or the department's crime line. Reporting live in Manchester tonight, Mike Cronin, WMUR News 9.
All right. So moving forward to January 3rd, 2022, that is when they set up the 24-hour tip line and a whopping $144,000 reward eventually was offered. January 4th of 2022, the FBI joined the Manchester police to search the Guilford Street property where the Montgomerys used to live. Nothing was found in the 2-day search, and that included digging up the backyard. On January 4th, 2022, Adam Montgomery was arrested and charged with second-degree assault, interference with custody, and endangering the welfare of a child. On January 6th, 2022, Kayla Montgomery was arrested and charged with felony welfare fraud. This charge was later dropped, and a new felony charge of theft was filed. February 25th, 2022, a report was released by Governor Chris Sununu's office releasing new details in the investigation and making recommendations for new protections for children in custody disputes. March 13th, 2022, Kelsey Small, a woman who was dating Harmony Montgomery's father before his arrest, was found dead in Manchester. She did not face charges in connection with the case, and they say her death was not suspicious. April 4th, 2022, Adam was arrested on new charges of theft by unauthorized taking for allegedly stealing a rifle and shotgun, 2 charges of receiving stolen property, and 2 charges of felon in possession of a shotgun, 2 charges of armed career criminal, and for possessing the rifle and shotgun after being convicted of 3 or more qualifying felonies. Investigators say the alleged thefts occurred between September and October of 2019. April 12, 2022, Kayla Montgomery, 31, was charged with 2 counts of receiving stolen property in connection with the alleged theft of the firearms. Investigators again say there's no evidence that the charges are related to Harmony's disappearance. On May 4th, 2022, A report from the Massachusetts Office of the Child Advocate is released. The report outlines several mistakes Massachusetts agencies allegedly made regarding the girl's care before she lived in New Hampshire and eventually disappeared. May 7th, 2022. Kayla Montgomery is released from jail, where she was for 4 months. She was ordered to check in with Manchester Police daily, continue substance abuse treatment, and not have any contact with Adam Montgomery. On June 3rd, 2022, Kayla was arrested on perjury charges. She was accused of lying during grand jury testimony about when and where she was at work during the window of time that Harmony was last seen and accounted for. She was released 3 days later. June 14th to 15th, 2022, officials searched Adam and Kayla's former apartment. That was when they removed a fridge. Investigators were assisted by a sewer plumbing team. Sources told News 9 that new credible information from a person close to the investigation led to the search for the apartment. August 11th, 2022. Attorney General John Formella says investigators now believe that Harmony was killed in December 19, 2019. He said the investigation was now a homicide investigation. September 9th, 2022. Kayla Montgomery is arrested on a bench warrant after she failed to show up for a hearing. Her bail was revoked. October 4th, 2022. Body camera footage obtained by News 9 shows the first interactions between Manchester Police and Adam Montgomery. October 20th, 2022. Some of the evidence prosecutors hope to introduce in Adam's firearms trial can't be admitted. October 24th, 2022. Attorney General John Formella announced that Adam Montgomery was arrested and charged with the second-degree murder in the death of Harmony Montgomery. Court documents showed Kayla told investigators details about the killing of Harmony in June of that year.
Good afternoon. I'm New Hampshire Attorney General John Formella, and I'm joined here today by Manchester Police Chief Alan Aldenberg and the team from the Manchester Police Department and members of my office. We're here today to provide a further update regarding the ongoing investigation into the 2019 murder of Harmony Montgomery. As you'll recall, back in January, we announced that 5-year-old Harmony likely disappeared sometime between November 28th and December 10th of 2019. In August of this year, after almost 8 months of investigative work undertaken by the Manchester Police Department, the Attorney General's Office, the U.S. Marshals Service, the FBI, and other law enforcement partners, we announced that we had concluded that 5-year-old Harmony was murdered in Manchester in early December of 2019. This conclusion was based on multiple sources of investigative information, including biological evidence. Since August, the Manchester Police Department, the Attorney General's Office, and our other law enforcement partners have continued to investigate this case in an effort to seek answers and justice for Harmony. Today, we are announcing another major step in this investigation. Earlier this morning, Adam Montgomery was arrested for the murder of Harmony Montgomery in 2019 and other related charges. Specifically, Mr. Montgomery has been charged with the following 4 crimes. Second-degree murder for recklessly causing the death of Harmony Montgomery, a person under 13 years of age, under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life, by repeatedly striking Harmony in the head with a closed fist in Manchester on or about December 7, 2019. Falsifying physical evidence for purposely altering, destroying, concealing, or removing the body of Harmony Montgomery with a purpose to impair its verity or availability in an official proceeding or investigation in Manchester between approximately December 7th, 2019 and March 4th, 2020. Abuse of corpse for purposely and unlawfully removing, concealing, or destroying the corpse of Harmony Montgomery or any part thereof in Manchester between approximately December 7th, 2019 and March 4th, 2020. and tampering with witnesses or informants, for purposely attempting to induce or otherwise cause Kayla Montgomery to testify or inform falsely in Manchester between approximately December 7th, 2019 and January 4th, 2022. Mr. Montgomery is expected to be arraigned on these charges in Hillsborough County Superior Court, Northern District in Manchester tomorrow, October 25th, 2022. While today's arrest is a major step in this investigation, there is much work to come. The charges and allegations against Adam Montgomery are merely accusations, and he is presumed innocent until proven guilty. That said, today I do want to again express my deepest sympathies to Harmony's family, friends, and loved ones. We understand that today's news, while significant for purposes of this investigation, is yet another difficult moment for those who loved Harmony and those who have followed this case. Our hearts go out especially to Harmony's family. My office will continue to provide whatever assistance we can through our Office of Victim Witness Assistance as they deal with these difficult moments. In a moment, I'm going to turn it over to Manchester Police Chief Alan Aldenberg, but once again, before I do, I want to extend my sincere thanks to the Chief and the entire team at the Manchester Police Department for the time and dedication and professionalism that they've put into this case. And
there's still more, but I just wanted to let everybody know, if you're just joining, that they're starting court at 12:40 today. So they did the jury instructions already. So when they come back at 12:40, which is in about 35 minutes or so, they're just going to get right into opening statements. So we're just going to go over some background of the case until that starts.
Adam would like to address you.
So I understand that I was found guilty by a jury, and I'm not here to dispute that at all. The only consideration that I ask of you this morning is for you not to consider anything as it relates to the case regarding my daughter Harmony. I did not kill my daughter Harmony, and I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims.
He says he looks forward to the upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims, but he didn't even show up for day one of that trial. Piece of shit.
Probably won't believe me when I tell you that I didn't wake up one morning and choose to become an addict. I don't want to be an addict. And I will spend my time in prison utilizing it to the best of my ability to change
I don't
things
buy
about
any of it.
myself. I could have had a meaningful life, and I blew that opportunity through drugs. But I loved my daughter unconditionally, and I did not kill her. Please don't consider anything that relates to those charges. Only consider the facts to this case.
So he's in jail for life for the firearms charge. But I'll explain that right here. Now, that right there was Adam at his sentencing for the firearms charges.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks,
He actually was found guilty on all counts in his weapons trial. And the affidavit announcing Harmony's death was released June 20th, 2023. And I have a video that I can link at the end of this one if you would like to watch that. It's a read through of the affidavit. But he was accused of punching her several times in the face, killing her on December 7th, 2019. So the affidavit, I'm not going to play that because it is really tough to hear. And I think with opening statements, we're going to hear basically what's in that affidavit and probably more. So I don't see any reason to listen to that twice because it is really, really hard to listen to in the first place. So we'll save that for the opening statements. And about that statement that he made, Crystal Sorey says she didn't believe him. He just wants people to feel sympathy for him, and he's trying to be a victim. Jury selection continues Wednesday, February 7th. So that's it. That's the timeline. I know. I hear you guys. Just give me an hour. I know. It's horrible. Yeah, so yes, Kaleidohope. That's a really good point that I did not cover in that timeline. We did say the welfare fraud charges on Kayla, but yeah, they were collecting money. They were collecting welfare. Yeah, the affidavit, mother, is really hard to listen to. So I think, like I said, I think opening statements are going to be like that. And like I said, they're not back until about 20 minutes or so. Yeah, him not showing up says a lot. But the jury's also the judge gave her instructions and she was like, you can't hold that against the defendant. I mean, I know that they may, but they're told not to. And I don't think that this judge is handing out licorice. She's very organized. She's like, this is how it's going to go. The jury knew every day we're going to be here from 9 to 4. So you guys, we can expect this trial to run from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Eastern. So we don't have to get here at 8:15 and then wonder when they're going to start. We will know when they're going to start because the judge already told them the schedule. So every day from 9 to 4. I'm not sure how long they expect this to run. Misty Blue, was the mother involved in her death or no? I'm new to this case. No. I mean, as far as we know, no. The biological mother hadn't seen her. He had custody. The biological mother was a drug addict. So they gave him custody, if that tells you anything of the situation. And then, what was your other question? Oh, involved. And then and Kayla's the stepmother. So she knew about it. Yeah, so the stepmother knew about it. So she's the one that was arrested. So Adam was arrested for these firearm charges for like possessing firearms and possessing, I think he stole them. So they arrested her too. And then when she got arrested, they got her to talk. And that was when she said, oh yeah, he carried this duffel bag and he went to Home Depot and he got lime. 3 weeks, McGee. Thank you. He went and got lime. And then, oh my gosh, in his firearm charges, let me show you some of the witnesses. Wait for this one. I watched his firearm trial. This one girl, oh my God. I have some sound bites I saved of her, but I'm like, no one's going to know who she is unless you watched it. So you'd be like, who is this chick? But, I don't know when she testified. Hold on. It's the same judge. It is the same judge. Okay, this is one of the guys who testified.
Drug charge from January of...
They're all strung out, guys.
I believe so.
You had an outstanding warrant at the time that you were arrested in January of 2020 for September 2021.
I mean, you literally have criminals testifying for criminals. It's like, who do you... his witnesses are messes. Okay, so there's one. Excuse me. I gotta find that girl. Okay, so this is Kayla here. So she is all, strung out too. I think she's probably in some kind of treatment, but she's all fucked up. This is Kayla. So this is the stepmother.
Then of my life, but I know one that was around a lot was Tabitha Scott.
You got to have a lot of patience to watch these people.
And what about people from work? Were you close to anyone there?
Kimberly Frayne.
Hey, Island, sorry, it started abruptly. I was like, oh shit.
And you knew her from work?
Yes.
How long had you known Kimberly Frayne?
Since 2016, I believe.
And so back in October of 2019, how would you describe your relationship with her? You've called her a friend. Were the two of you close?
Yeah, we weren't as close as we used to be because I switched franchises, so I didn't see her that much. But started talking to her again because she was using drugs at the time and she had a car, and it was just another way to be able to get drugs.
Through Kimberly?
Yes.
Yeah, she looks better than she did, but she is really fucked up. Sorry to say, but she is. I mean, you notice people do that kind of shit. They're not ever normal. Like, it messes your brain chemistry forever. I just feel like they're never the same. Yeah, that's a detective. I gotta find that chick. I'm sure you can hear the saws next door. Yeah. Sawing away. Oh, here she is. Oh, Lord. She's a trip. I wonder if she'll testify in this one. So this is Adam 8 months ago at the weapons trial. So here is this girl. Oh, my God. She's a trip.
Can you tell us your date of birth?
Hey, hold on. Why am I pixelated here?
Go by?
Yes.
So, Kim, there's a microphone right in front of you. Everything that you say is being recorded. I'm just going to ask that you get a little closer to it because it's difficult to hear. Okay, that's much better.
Got it, dude.
If at any point you can't hear me, let me know. I'm a little loud.
She is fried.
Okay. Can you tell us your date of birth?
6/13/86.
And how old are you? And there's a microphone right in front of you.
Around some not great people. Like Ish and Manny and Mike and Amber.
Yeah, I'm on normal speed.
And so I want to follow up on a few of the names you just mentioned, but first, so you were working at the Dunkin' Donuts on Beach
She
Street,
worked with Kayla.
Yeah.
She was Kayla's
there
coworker.
was two of them. One was Beach Street, and then there was one that was in Irving Station.
Okay, and I think you mentioned you worked with Kayla?
Yes.
Who is Kayla?
Kayla Montgomery.
How long have you known her?
I don't know her anymore, but when we worked together, we known each other for a couple of years. We were both pregnant at the same time together.
So you were working together, you were pregnant?
Oh my God, they were both pregnant at the same time together. She'll go.
Did you have a drug connection with Kayla?
It turned into that, yeah.
You mentioned Adam.
And Adam.
How did you know Adam?
Work.
And who is Adam?
Adam is Kayla's ex.
Do you know his last name?
Montgomery.
Okay. And you said, I think you said you worked with him at one point?
Yeah, he worked with us too, for a little while.
He worked at Dunkin' too?
And is that how you knew him, or was it more through Kayla?
Both.
I'm sorry?
Both.
Can you slow down? I didn't hear
we worked
that.
Together, and I knew him from Kayla.
And so back to Kayla, how would you describe your relationship with her?
We hung out a few times. I babysat her kids once or twice.
Oh my God.
We didn't hang out a lot.
Okay.
I give them rides to work and home after work.
Do you know where they were living back then?
Yes, but I can't remember.
Was it in Manchester?
Yes.
About how far from where you were living were they?
Like 10 minutes.
And that's a 10-minute drive?
Drive.
These are the witnesses they had to rely on.
Did you have a drug connection with Adam Montgomery?
Yeah, I'd call him and see if he could find anything.
She looks at him.
Would you use
her
drugs
looking at
with
him?
Yeah.
How would you describe your relationship with Adam Montgomery?
Just like acquaintances, drug friends.
Drug friends.
I'm going to ask you.
Sorry.
You need to speak up. Okay, thank you.
We need you to stay awake, Sweet Pea. Get through this testimony.
Did you have items taken from your home back in 2019?
Yes.
Was that October 2019?
Yes.
Were you and your husband, did you go in to report a theft?
Yes.
So supposedly, Kayla said she was at work when Harmony disappeared, and that was part of the perjury charges on Kayla Montgomery.
So can you just tell us what happened that led to you reporting that?
Yeah, Chris went to work and he was gone for like a week, and when he came back, he noticed his guns were gone. And so he reported them, and then when the police showed up,
Her boyfriend Chris is more responsible than the Crumblies. Let that sink in if you're still wondering if the jury made the right choice. Her boyfriend Chris reported his firearms as stolen. Let that sink in a little bit.
Chris called me and had me also talk to them that day to report them.
Let's try her on faster mode, watch.
So what items were taken?
3 guns, a watch, and I don't know what else.
It's normal on 1.75.
Was a men's silver wedding band initially reported as being
I
taken?
think Chris reported it stolen, but it wasn't. I had pawned it like months before.
So it wasn't one of the items taken during
No.
this incident? Did you
Oh yeah, that's a little too fast, but she said that he pawned the gun. Now it's going to sound like really slow to us.
have a drug connection with Adam Montgomery?
Oh God.
Yeah.
And describe Chris coming home and realizing the guns were missing.
He came home and he looked under the bed and he couldn't find them, and I helped him. We just like looked everywhere around the house, and then he got really mad once he realized they were really gone, and he started throwing things down the stairs and throwing things across the house, and he was very mad. And then we went to bed.
And then he was throwing things around the house. He was really mad. And then we went to bed.
And then he called them the next day to the police.
He called the police the next day?
Yeah.
Were you there when he called the police?
I wasn't when he first called, but the police said to have me come there. So Chris called me and I drove over there.
Okay. And I think you said that when he got back, you realized the guns were really gone?
Yeah.
What guns are we talking about?
All 3 guns.
Okay. And do you know what types of guns they were?
The 2 big guns and then the .380. I think it's a shotgun and the AR.
Guys, these are how the witnesses are. This is all his friends.
So you weren't there when he initially called. Did you return home?
Yes.
And was that while the police were there?
Yes. They wanted to talk to me, so
Was there another gun in your home the night that those items were taken?
yes, the .45.
Where was that kept in your home?
He usually keeps the 2 handguns in the drawer and then the 2 big guns under the bed, but I had the .45 in my car
In her car.
during that time.
In her car.
When did you return? At some point, did you return the .45 to the drawer that you mentioned?
I don't remember doing it. I could have. I wanted to say I handed it to Chris, but it was 4 years ago, so I really don't remember.
Needless to say, though, the .45 wasn't amongst the items that were taken.
Correct.
So back in 2019, when you were living at that house on Russell Street, did you have security cameras?
No.
Were the guns in a safe?
No, he had a small safe, but he didn't put anything in it. I don't know why.
Sounds familiar.
So when you returned home that day, were the police there?
Yes.
Did you speak with them?
Yes.
In that
I agree,
statement, did you tell
Archie.
them Adam Montgomery had been to my house? That
No.
day? Why not?
I really didn't think like a friend of mine would do that to me at the time, so I literally thought we just got robbed. Like, it's Manchester, it's bad. I thought we just got robbed by
So she trusted her drug friends. That's how high she was.
someone I didn't know.
At some point, did you become suspicious?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I started hearing rumors from friends that Adam had taken them.
Sustained.
Its effect on the listener, Judge.
Approach.
They had to approach. I can't with her face.
For 2019.
She's like,
Okay.
The major life event
Sad,
in
though.
December 2019.
She probably would be a really pretty girl without the drugs.
Maybe.
Were you arrested? By the
Yes.
police? Would you consider that a major life event?
Yes.
Okay. What were you arrested for?
I had drugs on me.
And can you describe that incident?
I was at a gas station and I had drugs on my lap, and when the cops
She's
came,
smiling about it.
they saw them and arrested me.
What were you doing at the gas station?
Taking a nap.
So you were sleeping?
Yeah.
Were you outside or inside?
Inside the car.
Okay.
She says she was taking a nap with drugs on her lap in the car. Taking a nap? Wow. Just wow.
So you got arrested?
No nap.
Yes.
And did you, after being arrested, did you speak with detectives?
I think they asked me. I don't really remember.
How could
that.
she remember? She probably needed Narcan.
Why do you think you don't remember?
Because I was on drugs.
Were you still using crack?
Yes.
Were you still using heroin?
Yes.
And I think you had mentioned cocaine as well.
Sure, yes.
So during the second interview, did you tell detectives that, or did you tell officers that you had said goodbye to Adam the next morning when you woke up?
I don't remember that.
So I want to fast forward even more. I want to talk about February of 2022. Did you meet with detectives again?
Yes.
Is that when you told them the information about the pawned items? Or the pawned
That's
ring?
when they asked me about it.
You told them, I pawned the ring.
Yes.
Sustained.
During your February 2022 interview, were you sober at that point?
Yes.
So you were living a sober lifestyle?
Yes.
Did you have any of the memory issues that had been associated with your drug use?
No, not anymore.
I think she's probably on methadone or something.
Did you have any reason to protect Adam in your initial statement to police?
No.
Were you afraid of him?
Overruled.
Were you afraid of him?
Yeah.
She gives 0 Fs.
Cocaine, cocaine, cocaine,
Cocaine. Having this man in your home when your husband's gone.
Is
Using
Adam?
drugs for days on end.
Oh.
Those are all things that you did?
Wait. Did I just catch that Adam was sleeping with her? Is Adam also the father of her baby? They were pregnant at the same time?
that you did?
Yes.
She has her baby too and lives with her parents, I think she says.
The night that the guns were stolen, the big guns, did you buy those guns or did you sell those guns?
No.
Did you trade those guns?
No.
Did you lend them out?
Yes. Not the big ones, but
So-
the little one.
So I'm talking about the night of the theft.
Oh, no. None.
So you didn't buy them? Or sorry, you didn't sell them?
No.
You didn't trade them?
No.
You didn't lend them out?
No.
Overruled. Go ahead.
And you had mentioned just now that there was one that you lent out.
Mhm.
Can you tell us about that?
I did like twice lend them, but I got them back.
Which, was it them or was it one of the guns?
The 380.
Who would you lend that to?
Ish.
Yeah, and you don't know Ish's name, his full name.
Ish? Does she have a hickey?
The times that you lent them out, was that before or after the theft?
Before.
And you said you always got it back?
Yes.
Would you lend any other items out?
My car as well.
Did you always get it back?
Not always.
You were always able to get it back, though.
Yes.
Sustained.
Pick it up just a moment.
What is wrong with these people? Let's see if there's a cross on her. I think this is cross. Let's see how this goes.
The police asked you about the firearms in that interview sometime before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And at the time you knew that Kayla was in jail?
I'm not sure.
Okay. You knew Adam was
This
in
is
jail?
the priceless answers.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Ms. Reed, I'm just going to ask you to please keep
Sorry.
your voice up again. I know it's a big room, but it is important that everybody be able to hear you.
Okay.
And you were living away from everybody in Manchester, right?
Correct.
And you had gone through the rehab and you had a steady job, right?
Yes.
Feeling like you're separated from your former life, right?
Yes.
Not entirely separated from Chris because you two share a daughter.
Correct.
And
Chris
you
is the
still
daddy, I
talk
guess.
to Chris.
Correct.
So when we talked about not liking the guns and not touching the guns versus moving the guns to the couch, when the police asked you in the interview before the grand jury about the guns, you told them that you liked to use the firearms at the range and would never get rid of them, right?
Right.
And that's when you said that the fourth firearm wasn't taken because it was in your vehicle, right?
Correct.
So,
The little guns. I don't shoot the big ones, just the little ones.
okay. So in saying that you like the firearms and would never get rid of them, does that mean that you like the little firearms and would never get rid of the little ones?
I don't shoot the big ones.
Okay, so when you said you like the firearms and wouldn't get rid of them, were you talking about the little ones? The
Well, all of them.
Okay. Okay.
I can't with her.
And when you said that you like to use the firearms at the range, so you wouldn't get rid of them, you weren't talking about all of them,
Right.
just the little ones, right? Pistols.
Correct.
45 and the Ruger?
38.
And now, you talked earlier about rumors that you said led you to kind of look at Adam differently about this, right?
Correct.
And the rumors actually came from Mike Sullivan, right?
Correct.
And originally, you were accusing Ishmael Garcia and his friend Manny.
I might have.
Okay. And you and Mike talked about that, and later on, Mike came to you, and after that, you started accusing Adam.
Yeah, he told me.
Okay. And when you were talking to the police on that interview before the grand jury,
Ish.
The name of Ishmael Garcia
Ish.
was brought up, right?
Friend of Adam and
Probably.
Kayla.
Okay. You told the police, let's see, that you were somewhat familiar with Ishmael Garcia, right?
Yep.
Julie,
and you
hello.
told them that you thought you communicated through Facebook, but you didn't have a name or anything like that. Or was that about Manny?
I'm confused at the question.
Yes, I messed it up.
Sustained. Just rephrase the questions, please.
You didn't tell him that you regularly got drugs from Ish back in 2019.
Ishmael.
The police officer who was questioning you.
I didn't tell them in 2019. No.
You didn't tell the police officer in the interview prior to grand
Let me
jury
find my
in
sound bites on her.
2022 that in 2019 you regularly got drugs from Ishmael Garcia, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. When they asked you about Ish, you told them you believed that Adam and Ish would have sold the guns for drugs and or money, right?
Maybe, yeah.
Are we going to hear about Ish
And
today?
You didn't tell them that you sometimes let Ish take the car and the 38, right?
I did tell the police that. I just don't know when I told them.
You told the prosecutors that a week or so ago, right?
I've been saying it the whole time, I believe.
Okay. Okay. We'll talk about that in a minute.
To her face.
And I think that you said, yes, you put the 45 back in the drawer before Chris got home and just simply didn't notice that the other gun wasn't there.
I said there was a possibility that I put it back. I don't remember. I just know I had it, and that's why it wasn't taken.
Okay. And you are aware that it was in the drawer before, when Chris got home.
Overruled.
Chris.
Is that right?
I
Did we ever hear from
said
Chris,
I don't
or is he in
remember putting
prison?
it back in the drawer, but I could have.
But you recognize that you were aware when Chris came home that it was,
We had the 45, so it wasn't missing.
and it's something that Chris saw or talked about or realized.
Who is Chris?
You knew it was not missing, and he knew it was not missing on the night that he got home because it was in the drawer, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. But do you remember that it was, never mind.
What you are witnessing is real.
So
The
then
participants
there
are not
was
actors.
the grand jury. You remember talking to the grand jury?
Yes.
And that is still when you are out of Manchester, right?
Correct.
Clean, right?
Correct.
Working and living up north.
Correct.
Five more minutes
Sorry, one
until
more thing
court
about
starts.
that interview before the grand jury is that you did tell police that there was crack in your home when you woke up the morning before Chris came home, right?
Yes.
Cocaine.
So when you went to the grand jury, you swore to tell the truth, right?
Yes.
And you said that Adam came over because the two of them were trying to get drugs, right?
We were, yes.
Two of you, sorry.
Yes.
And you said that Adam also wanted to get some to bring back to Kayla, right?
Correct.
And one of the reasons you may have wanted Adam to come over rather than just calling your connections is that if you could make a connection, maybe Adam could drive out so that you could stay home with your daughter, right?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Okay. By the time Adam left, you had not reached a connection, right?
We both, yeah. We couldn't find anybody.
60s girl, I'm so
and then
sorry to
at
hear
some
that.
point,
Sad.
drugs are in your house, right?
They were there when I woke up in the morning.
So when you want to reach somebody, you reach Ish by Facebook?
Probably just texted.
Okay, just a message on the phone?
She texted Ish.
Yes. And when he gets back to you, he gets back to you, right?
Yes.
Hey, Christine, I see
But
you.
he does get back to you, right?
That night?
Anytime.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is the screen
and
still
when he
being
gets back to
wonky,
you,
guys?
You let him know what you're looking for,
I
and he actually delivers it to you, right?
Yeah, or I would pick it up.
Okay. And on this night, you weren't leaving because you were alone with your daughter,
Correct.
right? And so one of the people that you probably reached out to was Ish, right?
Yeah.
And certainly by the time that Adam left, you had not seen Ish, right?
Correct.
And when you talked to the police, to the grand jury about the guns, you let them know that all three guns, the AR-15, a shotgun, and a third, and I think you accidentally called it an AR-47, is that right? Do you remember that?
Possibly.
Okay. And that was just a mistake because they're both kind of assault rifles, right?
Right.
Okay. And, sorry, I lost my frame of reference here.
She said, we came home, we planted flowers.
I'll move on. Or maybe you remember. Did you say that you didn't know any distinctive features of the AR-15 and the shotgun because you never really looked at them?
McNo.
Yeah.
Okay. But they were guns that you moved from the couch to the bed and back,
They were
right?
in cases.
Cases?
Yeah.
Not blankets?
No.
Not
They're
two blankets?
big cases under the bed. I know the cases and the guns were under the bed, but I don't know if the guns were in the cases.
Okay.
Lord have mercy. She was taking off work to do this too. They should be back in court any moment. Any moment.
Borrow it. They didn't really ask me that.
Right, they asked. You were asked, did he ever hold, use, fire any of Chris's guns that you know of, right?
Correct.
And then on the next page, you sort of described maybe the 45 while we were together, right? That's on the top of page 47?
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you were asked, the prosecutor said, just so I understand better, would people kind of just use drugs as a group at your place? And you said kind of yes, right?
Correct.
And the prosecutor said, what do you mean by kinda? And you said, I mean yes, right?
Correct.
And then he said, would any of these guns ever come out during that? And you said no, correct?
Correct.
And the prosecutor asked, why not? Right?
Correct.
And you said, because I didn't want people to really know I had them, right?
Correct.
And then the prosecutor said, did Ish know that there were...
Okay, here's the next witness.
And
I mean, you
can
can't
you
make
explain
this
that
up.
for me?
Well, I knew different people that I can get them from, and I did. I got them cheap, and I knew other people that would take them, and I would flip them because there's quick money in it.
Let me ask you this, Mark. Are you okay with me calling you Mark?
Yeah.
So, back then in 2019, were you able to legally possess a firearm?
Yeah.
How about now?
No.
And is that because of your conviction?
Yeah, I'm a felon.
So these are some of the witnesses that testified in Adam's firearm trial. We are going to go back to the courtroom live in Manchester, New Hampshire. The opening statements for the coward himself, who didn't even show up for the opening statements. He exercised his right to not have to be there, even though little Harmony didn't have a choice or a right in what she was born into. But we're supposed to be back at 12:40. It is 12:40 right now. So we should be starting momentarily, guys. Hey, Mika, welcome in. Welcome all people. If you've never chatted before, feel free to make yourselves known in the chat room. No, I guess he had the right to not come. I don't understand it either. I just think once you're a felon, you're pretty much at the point where you don't fucking care anymore about anything. When you're a felon and you're addicted to drugs, I think you're just like, fuck it. But where do they get money for all these tattoos? I mean, like, Adam Montgomery, like living on the streets. Look what Adam Montgomery used to look like, guys. This is Adam. Wait. Oh, whoops.
Please be seated.
That's Jennifer Crumbly's
Counselor, can you
ass.
approach for just a minute, please?
My bad. Hold on. They're approaching really quick. So this is what Adam used to look like. I mean, that is to me so shocking. I hate seeing that. It's like, why did you do that? Why did you ruin your life? I mean, he still has the tattoos, whatever. I don't care about people's tattoos. He's got the tattoo on his neck there. I don't give a shit about that. But just look at his face. He's healthy. He's got meat on his bones, and his little daughter is on a trampoline, happy. What happened? Maybe when DCF came there, the kids did look healthy and happy. Thank you for donating a membership, Aunt Flo. Christine Anderson, welcome to the lounge. Thank you so much, Flo. Right, but what I'm saying is, look at Harmony. She's what, like 3? I mean, they look clean, they look healthy, and they look happy. What happened? Like, why did he turn to drugs? What? Something always happens to people, and that guy's picking his ear and wiping it on a tissue, and then he put it back in his pocket. Ew. I'm just saying, they look clean. Look at, she's clean. She's got a diaper on. Oh, they're all sus. She was basically strong-armed to even testify. So they're all users. They're all addicts. DCF did note that they had red marks. At one visit, thank you, Teresa, for being here. I know at one visit, one worker said they didn't see anything, and then another one went back. It was in the timeline and said that they did see remnants of a bruise. Yeah, he's just a piece of shit. I don't understand how you can go. I don't understand how people do that. How they go from what we just saw in that picture to, lashing out. It's drugs. I mean, I get it, but I don't get it. He's been in and out of the system since he was 14. I didn't know that. I just was shocked at how healthy and happy, this just doesn't raise red flags to me. Not that that's all you need to see a red flag, but I mean, based on everything that we've heard, and then I saw this picture, I was like stunned. I'm like, what the heck? Something major happened. And people, yep, you're right, jammers. But his body weight and stuff just doesn't say drug addict to me there. He actually looks kind of nerdy in a way with the glasses, and I don't know. It's just looks like a totally different person to me. And look at her little smile. She's got her glasses on. I mean, look at her little, I look at things like this, look at her glasses. She's got her glasses on. Her little hair is up in a bun. Her shirt's clean. She's got a diaper. It doesn't look like it's overloaded. She's got all her teeth. We've seen neglected kids. It's just so freaking sad because if they started struggling bad, where were the other people that loved Harmony? Did she have anyone that loved her? And I mean, look at the picture I have on the screen. For all intents and purposes, that could have been when she was in foster care. I don't know. Can I give you a quick update? Yeah, so just really quick, Adam Montgomery is accused of second-degree murder for the murder of his daughter, little Harmony, in 2019. No one realized that Harmony was not with mom, dad until 2021, I think. This guy's like, can they take the camera off me for Christ's sake? Hold on, guys. All right, sorry about that. Oh, car broke down this morning. Just got some horrible news. So, when did car parts go up 50%? Because I need a starter. I had a starter put in 2 years ago or so. It was like $300. Now it's $500. Fuck, man. When it rains, it pours, I guess. Well, Axel, he's already facing, I think, enough years to keep him away for life with the firearms charges. But it's the whole point of justice for Harmony, in my opinion. Karchi's like, donate. Hashtag donate, please. $500. I mean, are you kidding? I don't have $500. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I don't have fucking $500 to fork over to get the car fixed. It sucks. Dude, it's a Ford. What do I have? A Ford. It's a 2010. It's not, I don't have some highfalutin fucking car. That's for sure. It's a 2010 Ford Escape, I think. Yeah, Escape. 2010. It's 14 years old. Oh, I'm so upset. Damn, man. It's like, you guys feel that same way too? Like, once you get like to a certain point, it's like, okay, then something else happens. I know it's life, but gosh. Bonnie says since COVID, I believe everything has jumped at least 50%. Really? Your dad had an escape and it had issue. Ugh. We got two opinions. Seba, we had a hailstorm and it cost me $900 to replace my front and back windows. Ugh, I wonder if that was the starter. Do it yourself. I know it's the It's that, but it's also the parts. You think the mechanics are charging more? I had to Uber my husband to the damn doctor this morning because he went to go to the doctor and the car wouldn't start. You think Lori says she drives a 2010 Acura and the parts have definitely gone up. Lauren has an electric car and she loves it. Hey, listen, y'all want to help me out? I have a scooter. Listen to this. This is what I want because I'm in Florida. So I can ride a scooter wherever I want. I know it sounds weird, but everybody rides them. And I found the cutest little sit-on scooter, and it's in my Amazon wish list. If anybody wants to help me out, I would love to have my little scooter so I don't have to worry about this kind of shit. You have a 2008 Impala and just paid $800 for brakes. God, and that's coming up on mine too. Parts have gone up. You have a 2013 Escape YouTube video? Well, my husband got it started somehow with a screwdriver or something. I don't know. I don't know the first thing about cars and engines. We have a neighbor, though, that he works on cars, so we're waiting for him to get home. You paid $1,000 for tires. That's about right. Oh, we're back. We're getting ready to start. I'm a creative crafter, and I went on disability, need something to create, so I would love to make you something from my heart if you accept gifts, jewelry, or whatever I make. I would love to have something from you, 60s girl. My P.O. box is in the description of the video. I love that. You know, we have a listener, Hoku. I don't know if Myron's here, but he has made some dream catchers, one for me and then a couple extras for me to give away as gifts. So I love that. Thank you so much. Yeah, he did something with the screwdriver, but he said he's not sure if it's going to keep. You know, it's not going to keep starting. I'm telling you, source the part yourself, eBay or the junkyard. That's what I do. Okay, I'll try that, K-Bird. I'm willing to try anything. Oh, if you have a mechanic in the family, you are so lucky. They are one of the hot commodities, I think, when you have them in the family. That and a builder, like a carpenter. Carpenters, plumbers, and mechanics and electricians are very nice to have in the family. And I have none of the above. I have an Escape because my dad worked for Ford. So that's why I have that. It's actually been a decent little car until today, but you can tell the brakes are going too. I want no, it's not pink olive. It's I don't know. You have to look at it. It's like beige. It's Ashley Banfield beige. They're discontinuing the Escapes. Doesn't surprise me. I really, really, really want that scooter. I guess it has like a little basket thing and you can like ride up to the store. Because I'm like right around the corner from Publix and I'm around the corner from Circle K. Like everything I need is right around the corner with like a sidewalk, and people take their scooters. And not just old people on like hover rounds. I'm talking about this is like a cool scooter. Yeah, like that, Olive. Oh, I love Toyotas. I love the Highlander. I'm jelly. Oh, I love those, Megs. How much is the scooter? I think it's like $340. It's not much. I know, isn't it cute? Can you see me on my little scooter? Going to Publix. And my J is for Justice. We'll have to get a scooter shirt if I get my scooter. I'll make someone take a video of me on the scooter if I get it. And then we'll make a TV of it. Beige. Christine, so good to have you. Hey, Kristen, good to see you. Check the battery as well. It might be the battery. Okay, wait. Let me see what else you said. But yeah, my dad said if it's hard to start, it could definitely be the starter. Check the battery. Wear your helmet if you get a scooter. Oh, a helmet. Meg, you're so funny. Meg, can I hook up a rope and be on my scooter and you can pull me behind your RAV4? You like in Napoleon Dynamite. How do you lock up a scooter to leave it? Like you do a bike. Hi, Angie. Hi, Cheryl. Gene P, I'm happy you're here too. I don't know what they're doing. They had lunch, but they're going to get right into. I do have a bike, Jammers. I do. No, you're not old, Robin Malete. Not at all. I was just explaining the type of scooter. I don't mean that. I'm 50 years old, girl. Emily, I don't know about a helmet. I know, but e-bikes are like $1,000. So I'm trying to be more cost effective. I'm very frugal, guys. I'm not loaded like a lot of these creators you guys might see. I'm not that. Sarah, thank you so much. I could totally roll around on the scooter, Quinny. There ain't no shame. I live very, very simply these days. Hi, Heidi. Maybe I can borrow Sophia's Jeep. She can ride me around. Hi, Guidance. How you doing? Oh, we're looking at Eagle 8. That's what we called this. What case was that where we called this thing Eagle 8? Find a stolen dirt bike? Emily's trying to get me in trouble. I used to live way out of my means and stuff. Well, now my means are a lot smaller. But I used to actually have a job in marketing. No, I'm not Jennifer Crumbly, but I was in marketing for hospice and home care. In case you didn't know. Robin, I hope I didn't offend you at all. That wasn't my intention. But I used to work in hospice and home care, so I made a lot more money than I do on YouTube. But just a lot of things happened in my life, and I decided to do the podcast full time and go for it. And I've had to make, cuts here and there for sure. For sure. But I wouldn't trade it, like I'm doing something I'm passionate about and I really like doing. So I will take the trade-off. I could get a cute helmet. One with like bunny ears. And you know what, Quinny, I don't disagree with you. I would not want to go back to. I just wish that I wouldn't have spent all that money when I did. Thanks, Micah. If I'm saying that right. I'm just going to call you Ruddles because I don't want to say it wrong. But I wouldn't want to go back to that, dude. I had a Jeep. I paid $500 a month. Like, what? If I would have just had a cheap-ass car, I could have saved so much money, And I wish I would have saved. I feel like a 50-year-old, 30-year-old who, like, was an idiot when I was younger. And I had 3 kids. And, it's hard to save money when you have 3 kids. And just, life happens. So, anyways, here I am 5 years later. I'm still on YouTube. And I can actually pay my bills, I guess. But I'm definitely not banking. But I'm hoping to get to a better point on YouTube where I can breathe a little. And I think that just comes with time and perseverance, and you just keep going. So, and no, I don't have a car payment on this, thank God. But I like that. No car payment, But now I got this. So I don't have a mortgage and I don't have a car payment. But I also live in a manufactured home in Florida. Gene P. Jay, I enjoyed Kurt from Civil Law coming on your live stream yesterday. I did too. Get a helmet with dreads. Should I get a helmet that I can put my dreads out or some shit? My wig. How about that? A wig. If I have a wig, it better be better than that. Renee. Nay. Thank you so much for your Cash App. Nay just sent me a Cash App donation. Thank you so much. That's so generous of you. I'm not trying to be a pity party here. I'll stop talking about it. But it is amazing how shit has gone up, you know? That's what I'm going to do that, Stacey. I'm going to look online and see what we can find. I'm more like resourceful online. Your car never has to be licensed again? Why not? Well, and that's the thing too with a scooter. You don't have to worry about the damn, I could put cool stickers. Yeah. Look at Island. Hey, McKenna. Look at Island sent me all these cool stickers. Let me show you. Island Thrifts. Let me promote here. Turn on the light. Island Thrifts, specializing in vintage resale. Find me on Instagram at island_thrifts25. Instagram, island_thrifts. No, I'm in a park. I'm in a 45 and up park. Fight me. And I got NASA, a surfboard. I would totally put these on my helmet. Look, I've got an astronaut meditating. Casey. The scooters are awesome, says Kristen. Another NASA. A turtle. A sea turtle. Another sea turtle. He paid $60 for a Honda starter on Amazon. I've got Santa doing that dance. Look at all these. Another sea turtle. Another sea turtle. We love sea turtles. And then Santa with a surfboard. Stop. Oh, a helmet that looks like a tinfoil hat. Dude, that would be cool. People drive tractors, four-wheelers, and side-by-sides on your roads. We wanted to buy a free prefab, but we don't have parks here, and finding land was impossible. They don't allow them many places, so we ended up buying another house. Gotcha. Down here in Florida, there's just like park after park after park after park after park. I mean, like this road I'm on is just parks all down the road. But it's nice because we have a community swimming pool. Most of the time it's quiet. I have workers next door and it's closed, so it's noisy. But most of the time it's quiet. We have a nice pool. We have a nice hot tub. We have a nice community like building where we have like pool tables and workout shit and stuff like that. But the thing is, you still pay that monthly rent because I don't own the land. I only own my house. Kristen wants a tinfoil hat. Would you guys buy tinfoil hats? I got to update the merch. I think we need an UGG is an emotion shirt. Can we get some ideas going while we're waiting? This is when I like to brainstorm with you guys. I used to live in the country. Meg P. Yeah, they are nice. I don't look 50. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, in the park I live, I'm not going to lie. It's not fancy. Dude, my 3 sons, that park was like 3 miles away from me. You hear the music? They're playing. Listen. I'm thinking of an UGG is an emotion t-shirt and having the font be like bubble font. Can someone recommend a city in Florida for single women over 50? Leanne, that's a loaded. You hear this shit? You can't hear it. I would say like Sarasota area is nice, like the Keys off there. I don't know, Siesta Key. Yeah, I mean, this is seriously what mine is one of the older parks, Megs, but it's still, I love it. It's not like the Villages though. Nothing like that. It's not. It's very low key. I'm like 20 minutes from the beach. Lisa, you're funny. Yeah, I don't. It's safe but it's older. You know what I mean? But yeah, I like the UGG is an emotion because Sarah Boone was wearing a shirt that says UGG is not an emotion, but it definitely is an emotion. And I want to do it like bubble 70s letter, like UGG is an emotion. Because we say UGG a lot. Inverness. Where's that?
Seated. Counsel approach.
Here we are. We've got them approaching. We are live in the courtroom, and I do not see Adam still. So, well, it's not really. I mean, we have a homeowners, but they're not. It's not, dude. I'm telling you, this place is not like manicured to a T like that. It's very laid back. It's like my speed because I don't like high maintenance, like, oh, your bushes aren't trimmed this way. I don't like that. I've lived in a country club. I did not like that. I'm not that type of person to be that manicured. So I kind of like that it's a little more relaxed, but it's not relaxed to the point where you see people having junk piling up and stuff like that. It's like in the middle. Oh, we do need our stand up, don't we?
All rise for the jurors, please.
Stand up. Look at little Danny DeVito. Get your ass in here, boy. Look at those lawyers. They're like tall and short. Which side is which? I'm confused. Prosecution on the left, and that's Adam's lawyers on the right. Born in the 60s.
You may be seated.
Sounds like Sebring. I used to live in Sebring.
All right,
All right,
sorry
here we
for
go.
the delay, ladies and gentlemen. One thing I think you will learn as you go through this process is sometimes things go exactly as we plan, and sometimes they do not. Right now, they are not going exactly as we had previously planned, so I apologize for the delay. And you know, there are a lot of moving parts in a trial, so sometimes we need to switch things up. So originally, I had said that we were going to come in and do opening statements. We're going to do something a little different than that. As I said, we're going to be going on a view today. So prior to a view, the lawyers will give you what's called a preview statement to give you some information about what they want you to look at and what they anticipate that you will see on the view. We're going to do that first. So I'm going to give you an instruction regarding the view. Then the state and the defense will give you their preview statements, okay? And then we will wait for the bus to come, and when everybody's ready, we'll get on the bus and we'll go for the view. Then depending on what time it is after that and other circumstances, we'll determine whether opening statements will be this afternoon after the view or whether they'll be tomorrow, okay?
Do we get to go on the
listen
view?
Carefully to this instruction. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to begin this case with a view. We will be traveling to several locations within the city of Manchester to observe certain areas you will be hearing testimony about. The purpose of the view is to make the testimony you will hear more understandable. If you have the opportunity to look at a scene, the testimony may make more sense to you. Your obligation on The View is to look as carefully as you can and to remember what you see as well as you can. You may not ask questions. You may not take any notes or measurements. You should look carefully at what the lawyers will be pointing out to you. What you see on The View is evidence in this case. Please stay as close together as possible so that you will all be viewing the scene from approximately the same perspective. If you cannot hear or see, please call that to my attention or to the attention of one of our court officers. After the view is completed, you may not revisit the scenes on your own during trial. Also, you may not engage in any discussion among yourselves or with anyone else concerning what you see at the view. As you know, you are not to talk with each other or with anyone else about the case until the end of the trial when you are conducting your deliberations. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, counsel will have the opportunity to make their preview statements to you concerning what they expect you will be seeing on The View. Yes, you may.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Represent the state on this one. What we're going to do, and first of all, since it's my first opportunity to talk to you as the jury, big J as opposed to the little j, let me thank you again for your time that you're going to be putting forward not only today but throughout the trial. It is very important both to society, to the government, to the citizens, and it is very, very much appreciated. The first part of your job, for the most part, is going to be taking place in this room. The vast majority of it dealing with the witnesses and the exhibits that you see. But as you just heard from Judge Messer, another part is going to be the view. This is evidence, what you're going to see today. It is going to be work on the view. You're going to have to walk around in 2 different locations, and the rest of them will require you to look out the windows of a bus to be able to take into account the neighborhoods that you are in. And I'm going to explain every place that we're going to go in just a moment, and then defense counsel will also have that same opportunity. Together, we are going to see where this happened. You're going to get to see the same places, the same locations in person that you are later on going to see and hear evidence at trial. And you've already heard, again, Judge Messer's instruction, you should consider today's view to be like evidence. In a few minutes, we are going to get on a bus, maybe about now, and we're going to see a couple different locations in Manchester. In some ways, it's going to be the beginning of a journey that you will likely never forget. And this is also the last journey that Harmony Montgomery took while she was alive, and where her body went afterwards. It's a journey that's into the actions of the defendant on that day and the days forward. And we're going to drive by places where Harmony was first assaulted, where she was later killed, where she was later consolidated and crushed. And then finally, different other locations of where the defendant had her in the city. What you are going to see today is part of the evidence. Some of the locations that we're going to drive by, we are just going to pass by in the bus for a minute, and the bus is going to pull over to the side of the road. So you have an opportunity to look at that location and take in the surroundings. And on 2 of the locations, we will physically get out. One will be a parking lot, and the other one will be an intersection. We will not be going into any residences. Later on, you're going to hear testimony about different homes. We may be driving by an apartment complex today, but we will not be going inside any actual rooms where Harmony was, or where Harmony later was kept. So we will be outside for the 2 times that we get out of the bus. So before we do that, I want to kind of start at the beginning. The first place that we're going to go to, and this is Ms. Johnson, forget my art skills, high school. We're going to start at the courthouse. And the first place that we're going to go to is we're going to go down past Elm Street. Definitely not to scale. We're going to come across Merrimack, and we're going to go up here on Market Street. And at that point, we're going to pull the bus over to the side of the road, and you're going to be able to look out, and I would say look out the right-hand side of the bus to the area of 20 Market Street. That's the location of the methadone clinic, where the defendant took Harmony that morning with the rest of the family inside a 2010 gray Chrysler Sebring. When you're there, I want you to be able to take into account just the outside of the building and also look at the neighborhood. I want you to see the number of other businesses that are nearby, the number of other cars that are nearby, the number of the amount of foot traffic that may be there while we're there. You're going to hear in opening arguments that it was at that first location outside the methadone clinic that the defendant came out from getting his medication, got into the car, and understood that Harmony had had an accident, saying words to the effect of, "Really, Harmony, again?"
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach. Ladies and gentlemen, that objection is neither sustained or withheld. The state will clarify. Go ahead.
When we're at that location, later on, you're going to hear testimony that at that location, when Adam came out from getting his medication, you'll hear testimony that he sensed and smelled that Harmony had happened afterwards, and that's where the assaults began of striking. That's why it's important for you to look around, to see what else and who else is there, and to know what that area looks like. From there, we're going to then come back onto Elm Street, probably do a loop around, go north on Elm, then we're going to go up to Webster Street, at the top of Elm, and that's right over where you get past where you would go on the bridge, the big Brady Sullivan Tower there. We're going to take Webster Street out. And here, we're going to go out on Daniel Webster Highway. And there's a Burger King. When we get to the Burger King again, we won't be getting out of the bus, but we're staying inside, and you'll have a chance to look at that parking lot. What the state is asking you to do is to pay close attention during that drive. How many stoplights roughly are we going through? What are the road conditions like? How long does it take to get there? You're going to hear testimony later on about that same drive. You're going to hear testimony how during that drive, the defendant's assaults continued. And he continued to hit Harmony as they stopped at red lights, as they stopped at stop signs. That's why you need to pay close attention during that drive. And we're going to go out to that location. After we've had a minute or two to sit in the bus there at Burger King, and you've had a chance to see the traffic flow, see what cars are like. At that time, we're then going to turn around. We're going to come back down Webster, continue north on Elm, and then we're going to cut over to an area on West River Drive, approximately 59 West River Drive. And there, we're going to make our first stop where we get out of the buses. 59 West River Drive is one of the street locations for Colonial Village Apartments. It's right up on you can see poorly drawn river. It's right on the backside there. We're going to be pulling in between those buildings and going to a very large back parking lot that's behind there. This is where you'll hear testimony that the defendant lived in his car after they had been evicted from their Guilford Street home, and where the defendant kept Harmony and the rest of his family after they left Burger King, after he continued to hit her, and drove back there to eat his food while Harmony was mowing. You're going to hear testimony that that's where he used his drugs while Harmony died. When you're there, I'm asking you to notice the number of apartment buildings that are nearby. Look at the number of cars that are in the parking lot, how big that parking lot is. I'm also going to ask you to take notice in that back parking lot area, look towards the tree line. Look at the very back row, closest to the river, where different cars can park. Notice all of that while you're there. It's going to be more than 1 or 2 minutes. So you can get out, you can certainly walk around, take your time to really look in that area and look at the different details that are there. Also look up at the side of the building. I'd like you to know whether or not you see lights on the side of the building that illuminate that parking lot, whether there are street lights that illuminate that parking lot. So do that while you're there. Once we're done, we'll get back on the bus and we're going to drive back towards the city, back on West River Road, back to Elm, and then south to the intersection with Webster. The buses are going to pull over on the side here, and we're going to get back out yet again. You'll hear testimony that it was here that the defendants, Gray Sebring, died, in the intersection. That it was here that where, with his family, the car stopped working, and that it was here, just before he needed to get a tow, you'll hear how he went to the back seat and found that Harmony was no longer alive. I want you to look very closely around that intersection. Look at the traffic going through that intersection, the number of people that were available at that intersection. We're also going to hear the testimony that at that time, when he realized that she was dead, that when you look at the different businesses around, I want you to remember that when later on you're hearing testimony how his actions was to take Harmony and to stuff her in a duffel bag. You'll also hear later a trial from a tow truck driver, and you'll hear about a gas station on the corner. So while we're in the intersection, and we're not going to be standing in the middle of the intersection, obviously, we're going to be standing on the sidewalk. But while you're there and you can move around, take note of how far away that gas station is and the short distance that the tow truck driver had to bring the car. And once we've spent enough time considering all of these, then we're going to be going to another address. You're going to hear a testimony about a lot of different addresses where the defendant brought Harmony's body out to us. We're not going to be going to the first two addresses, that one that involves, you'll hear involves a deck, another one that involves a red cooler. We're not going to be here, we're not going to be driving by one on Lake Avenue as well that you'll hear testimony later on about where he stored Harmony in the ceiling. Where we're going to go is 644 Union Street. So from this intersection, we'll come back onto the buses, onto Webster, come over to Union Street, and head south. And the intersection of 644 Union Street is right at the intersection of Union and Orange. So Orange is the cross street. You're going to see two buildings. We're going to be stopping right outside here, 644 Main. Testimony that you will hear later on involves also a parking lot that's general in the back. But here, we're not going to be getting off the buses. You're not going to have to go inside. We're going to ask you to again look out the right-hand side of the buses and the size of the building. While you're there, we're going to ask you to please take a look at the number of apartments that are there, the number of neighbors that the defendant would have had based upon looking at those apartments. Look at the traffic, look at the lighting, look at the neighborhood. Later on, you're going to hear more testimony about that apartment and what took place in that apartment. Again, we will not be getting out the buses. You do not have to go in that apartment. When we're done at Union Street, the buses will pull away. We'll come down to Bridge, back onto Elm, back south to Merrimack, and then back to the courthouse. I'm going to ask you to look at one last thing on this drive. As we come back to the intersection of Merrimack Street and Elm, roughly here compared to how I'm pointing right now. Down at that intersection, right across the street from each other, there's the Thirsty Moose Tap House, which is right on Merrimack. Right across the street from that is a Chase Bank right now. When we drive back down Elm, and then we take that left-hand turn to come up Merrimack Street to come back to the courthouse, I'm going to ask you to look out the right-hand bus of the window. We're not going to be slowing down there. It's Elm Street, a little too busy. But I do want you to look outside that Chase Bank. In the winter of 2020, you will hear testimony that that was not a bank, that that was the Portland Pie Company, pizza shop, that that was where the defendant worked. And you're going to also hear testimony that that was where, on one occasion, he ordered his wife to bring a CMC bag containing Harmony's body and stored it inside a freezer, seen by other witnesses. So when you hear those witnesses and they talk about Portland Pie Company, we're going to be driving by that location. Again, it's a bank now, it's not a pizza place anymore. But understand where that location is to better understand the testimony that you're going to hear throughout the rest of this. And let me stress again, what you see on this view is going to be evidence. The locations we're stopping at: the Habit Methadone Clinic, the Burger King up on Daniel Webster Highway, coming back to Colonial Village where we'll get out, to the intersection of Elm and Webster where we will also get out, the drive by 644 Union Street, and then back to Elm and the drive by what was Portland Pie Company before we come back to the courthouse. This will be your only opportunity, as you heard from the court, to look at these places in person until the end of this trial. So take your time. If you need more time, please let the court staff know. We will stay longer in the parking lot. We will stay longer at the intersection. We have great deputies and bailiffs who will allow you to be able to explore the space in a safe manner, so that you're not going to feel like you've got traffic right on top of you or anything like that. So do please take your time. But when you listen to the testimony from the different witnesses, these are 5 of the key locations that you're going to hear. So it's important that you know what they look like in person before you hear that testimony. Based upon that, again, after you hear this and after you see all of the evidence of this case, we'll ask you to return a verdict that is just. But I would also ask you if you would please to also pay close attention to defense counsel's comments about the view, because again, the more observations that you can make on today's view, the better it will be for you to understand the testimony you see later on. And it's a one only shot. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you. Sure.
Good afternoon. This is where the trial really begins for you, and you literally step into it. You step onto the bus, you go to places. These places are exhibits of your mind. These places in your mind you apply to everything else that you hear, see, and consider in this case. The state said that this was the last journey that Harmony made. This is where the dispute starts. This is not the journey that Harmony made, but this will be the journey that we make today. And when we leave here and we go to Merrimack Street, that's a clinic. And it is a clinic that you'll hear testimony that Adam and Kayla frequented all the time, or quite a bit. And that when you're there, I want you to look. We can't recreate what was happening on particular days or particular weeks, who might have been coming and going at what time. So you actually can only look around and see the exposure. What is the parking there? What can you see? What is exposed? What is hidden? And then apply the evidence that you hear about events that may have occurred there, and consider, could this have happened? Put your mind to the testimony and apply it. This is what I saw, this is what I remember, this is what the witness is saying. It is your evidence, but it's evidence in the case. Then you'll go from the clinic to Burger King. And at Burger King, that's really very, very important to look at that entire layout. Again, we can't recreate the amount of traffic that was on a particular day or a week. We can't recreate any of that stuff. But you look at the parking. I want you specifically to look at how that drive-through works out when you make the order and then you pay the cashier and then you get your food. Take that into consideration. Take the time to think about a route through the drive-through. What is exposed, what is hidden, who can see what, from what angle. Think about the cashier. Think about all of the stuff around the drive-through. And actually, when you're there and stop, think about that from the time somebody pulls into the parking area. And again, you will be applying that to somebody else's testimony, and then you'll be thinking and applying that. Does this work? Does this not work? What's going on here? It is your evidence. From there, you heard that we're going to Colonial Village, and that is a place that you're getting out. So you will take the time. Traffic's going to be different from testimony that you hear about, but you want to look. What is exposed? What is hidden? From particular places, looking at the building, what can you see? What can't you see? We're going to direct you to particular places and areas and say, take a look and consider from this perspective something that pictures can never quite do. And you got to hold it in your mind and again apply it to testimony as it comes in. This is an exhibit throughout the trial, not just for this afternoon. From the Colonial, you will go to Elm and Webster, which is a place that you're going to get out. And that is really critical on traffic because, again, it can't be recreated. But there is going to be testimony about traffic, about reaction to traffic. There's a car that's broken down there, and about what people did about the car, about what traffic was like because the car was broken down. And you want to, again, look, what's exposed, what is hidden, and apply your exhibit in your head to the testimony that comes here at trial. Then, Fit Shelter is the next place, and you're going to hear about information that happened inside Fit Shelter. So you won't have that sort of same perspective of what's exposed and what's not exposed because you won't actually see that part. And there's testimony about Fit Shelter that is very disturbing, but you still need to go there so that you put it in place about the type of place that it is. And
objection? I'm sorry, I think there's an objection. Essentially withdrawn.
Messing up my words, Union Avenue. Sorry. You will not be going into Union Avenue, but some very disturbing things occurred at Union Avenue, so you want to hold this into your head. Think about the building, think about the location. remember Union Avenue, even though you can't go into it, and I think you'll be very happy that you don't go into it. All of this is an exhibit inside of your head, and keep the names a little bit better than I did. I'm so sorry about that. But the location is the same, and this is the journey that we are taking. And at the end from Union Avenue, you're going to come back here, and as they say, pass by the corner at Merrimack and Elm. Keep that in mind. I also want you to keep in mind the distance from the two. Distance in this case is a little bit less important, but still something to keep in mind as a person testifies about traveling from place to place, about how long does it take, the traffic lights, what is a delay. And I did forget, at each of those traffic lights, I want you to look around again, just as you're going through the traffic lights. What's exposed? What is hidden? You're going to be on streets. Assume that everything on the street is exposed. Look around on the sidewalks and the areas around it as well. It's a difficult thing. Again, you're not taking notes. And you're going to have to remember this as you apply it to all of the testimony in this case. All of these locations are important, not necessarily for the reasons that the state said. There is a dispute going on here, but there is no dispute that all these locations are very, very important. And we can only ask you to pay attention as best you can. When we get there, we'll just remind you of perspective and specific areas to look at. I believe that we'll be going behind you to make sure that the bus stops long enough for you to absorb all of the areas before you go to the next one, until you step out and actually walk around, starting at Colonial Village. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the preview statements. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to send you back into the jury deliberation room. This is a good time to use the restroom, have a drink of water. I think we've got a little bit of time before the bus arrives. We will let you know when the bus arrives, and you'll be escorted by the court officers. I will be on the bus with you, as well as some of the court staff. The lawyers will be going separately. So just be patient. As soon as the bus is ready for us and all of our business here is concluded, we will go ahead and get on the bus and begin the view. All right? The reminder about not talking about the case with each other or with anyone else or doing any independent research, make sure you don't do that. Okay? All rise for the jurors, please. Counsel?
You guys have all kinds of cool plans going on. I want to get on this bus. I don't think we're going on the bus. Are they taking the media on the bus, or are we going to sit here and look at Elmer Fudd for 3 hours? I think he just wanted to miss opening statements. I don't know. So it sounds like they might be just doing opening statements tomorrow if they don't get back in time. But sorry for the delay. I had to order that part. So I ordered the friggin' starter. Jay, what's your favorite music bands? I guess we're not getting this part, guys. My favorite music. I like all kinds of music. I like lots of different kind of music. But my favorites are probably grunge, classic rock, any classic rock. I don't know. Yeah, you can't leave me behind. Wait for me. I know we went off camera. I don't know if they're going to come back today. Let's see what the update says. Let's refresh it. They're updating this article too. WMUR. Kristen, I know you got a gift membership yesterday. That's awesome. I noticed you joined Discord too. If you're gifted a membership, or if you become a member, you can join our Discord. And I think we're watching something tonight, guys. 225 of you here. If you are a member, we are going to watch the Cyber Sleuths Paramount show together tonight. The Cyber Sleuths on the Idaho 4 case. The jury will be taken past Elm. So they're going to the Portland Pie Company where Montgomery stored her body in the walk-in freezer. God, these poor people. They will travel to the intersection that the state says the Chrysler Sebring died. This is where the state says Harmony died. He will want the jury to note the businesses, the traffic, and the number of people around. A tow truck driver and a gas station attendant will testify about this location during the trial. One more address is 644 Union, the apartment where Adam worked to reduce Harmony's body with lime in a shower. Oh, my God. Yeah, we're going to start it at 6:30. Nirvana's one of... Yeah, I love Nirvana. It just got quiet, so I thought I would ask. What's your favorites? I love old school rap. I like a lot of kinds. I love Motown. I like a lot of different kinds. So I think that's it. And I think they're going to be gone for the rest of the day, guys. So what should we do? I don't think they're going to be live. Oops. Is that AI or is that real? I guess we can stay on standby and see what happens because we don't know. Oh.
No, I do not.
All right. Anything further that the state requests?
Further the state request, we assume that the court
This is
will
live.
take that into account and make a decision whether or not he's making a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of essentially proving his facts and proceeding this way, which I'm sure the court will do.
Okay. So anything you want to add, Attorney Smith?
Not on that issue.
Okay. So, Mr. Montgomery, having heard from you that you've discussed this with your lawyers, that you've reviewed the opening statements,
Adam's
the draft
on
of the opening
video.
statement, that you acknowledge that you understand that the burden of proof is on the state to prove each of those offenses beyond a reasonable doubt, and that it understanding that it is your desire for them to proceed with that strategy. The court does find that this is a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of your rights, and will allow them to proceed on that basis. Okay?
I'll rewind it.
Yep.
Okay. So, while I have you, today you did refuse transport, so I want to talk to you about tomorrow. As we discussed with you this morning, you can't change your mind midway through the day, but you can inform the court if you wish to come tomorrow. And what I would like to do, and each day thereafter. So you can come and we will send a transport for you. That is your absolute right. But as I explained to you this morning, it's also your right to waive your presence and for us to proceed in your absence. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to instruct the Sheriff's Office and the Department of Corrections that someone will ask you tomorrow morning, do you wish to come to court today? We will have transport available to you if you want to come, but I am not inclined to send a car up there to pick you up only to have you refuse. So, do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you have any concern about that procedure?
No, I do not.
Okay. So it is our intention to have someone ask you tomorrow morning whether or not you wish to come. And whenever they come to ask you that question, they're going to need an answer from you so that we have sufficient time to make sure that we get you down here in order for us to start the trial in a timely manner. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I believe your counsel will be speaking to you later, at some point later today?
Not today.
Oh, not
We
today.
can't.
Okay.
24-hour notice.
Okay. So that's going to be the procedure for tomorrow morning and each day thereafter of this trial, unless and until the court makes a different order on that. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there anything further from the state while Mr. Montgomery is present?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything further from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Montgomery, you're free to go now. I appreciate that that you are speaking with us when we need to speak with you, because we are keeping the jurors waiting when we do this.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. You're all set.
What an asshole.
All right. Counsel, we will wait to hear when the bus is here. As soon as the bus is here, I guess I'll just have you all notified. Yes. Yes, I know. Oh, the bus is not here, right? When we thank you, Peter. When the bus is here, let us know so that we can gather everybody up and make sure everybody's in their respective vehicles at the right time. So we'll have somebody, probably the court officer will check in with you. I'll get on the bus with the court staff and the jurors when we get the go-ahead from everybody.
Sure.
Okay? All right, very good. Let me know if you
Fucking
need...
fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
Attorney Gotti?
Yes, ma'am.
Counsel?
I guess we're going to be looking at the Eagle until they get back. I think he should have to be there too, but apparently that's his right. And then now she's made an order that they have to ask him every morning if he's coming. What a pain in the ass. What a waste of resources. Bonafide, thank you for being here. I thought it was interesting that his lawyer said, oh, we can't see him today. We need to give 24 hours notice. I didn't realize that they had to give 24 hours notice to the jail. The lawyers do before they can even go see his pathetic ass. So what do we do now? And then they have to check in with him. Oh, good afternoon, Nils. I guess while we wait, we can check in on this Delphi information. This is nutso. Nils, thanks for letting me know. You and Robin were on it this morning. Okay, so this is the latest in the Delphi case. They're saying that the interviews with two of the Odin guys that they were trying to pin this on in the order that Richard Allen's original attorneys filed last year, they were like, this was an Odinism thing, blah, blah, blah. You guys all know this. So now they're saying recorded over. Richard Allen's attorneys claim key evidence destroyed in Delphi murders case. The defense claims that a week's worth of police interviews recorded from right after the 2017 killings are gone. Where's the article? But they still have, from what I could tell, here, let's go to this. From what I could tell, they still have transcripts. The judge in the Delphi murders denied a motion to disqualify without a hearing. Big surprise. That was Richard Allen's attempt, his attorney's attempt to get her removed from the case. And she denied it without a hearing. She said, too fucking bad. This is not about the leak. What a mess. Here, let's watch the video.
Walking into a homeowner and building a personal connection with them. That to me.
There's a hearing on the 12th. Yeah, that'll probably not happen, although we don't know with this judge, right?
Defense attorneys in the Delphi murders case claim that some evidence from the first days of the investigation is missing, and they want the entire case against Richard Allen tossed out. Senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel joins us now. And Bob, you spent the morning looking through some of these critical new filings today.
Yeah, Karen, and what I can tell you right now is that several developments are breaking with these new filings. The headlines: first, the judge says she will not step down as the defense has requested. And second, the defense team wants the charges against Richard Allen dismissed. This morning, Allen's attorneys claim someone destroyed evidence that could help clear their client and help prove he did not kill Abby Williams and Libby German, who were found murdered 7 years ago. The evidence in question is a couple of interviews investigators did in the days right after the murders. Recordings of conversations with one, perhaps two people the defense claims were involved in the deaths. The defense just learned those recordings were recorded over back in 2017. In today's filing, the defense wrote, quote, "The destruction of material interviews of key suspects early in the investigation demonstrates negligence, if not intentional conduct on the part of the state." And without having access to know the exact words of those conversations, Allen's attorneys say their client's due process rights have been violated. One other big development this morning: the judge says she is staying on the case. The defense requested Judge Frances Galt to recuse herself, accusing her of judicial misconduct.
I can't with his attorneys leaking crime scene photos. I can't with this judge not just stepping down and getting this thing on the road. What a mess. And now they've recorded over interviews. Why? He pled to 2 counts? Adam did? Jesus. Let me go back to court TV and see if I can rewind. Yeah, I can rewind. I missed that whole part where he got on the video.
You admit to each and every element
Okay,
of
that's where the audio comes back on. You admit.
the offense of falsifying physical evidence and abuse of corpse. Is that okay? And did you speak with your lawyers in detail about that?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed the opening statement in which they will tell that to the jurors?
Yes, I did.
And do you wish for them to acknowledge your guilt on both of those charges, falsifying physical evidence and abuse of corpse?
Yes.
And do you understand that it would be the state's obligation to prove each and every element of those offenses beyond a reasonable doubt before the jury could find you guilty? Do you understand that?
Yes.
And that by agreeing to allow them to acknowledge this in opening statements, the jurors can find you guilty of those 2 offenses relying on that information. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, and that is what you wish to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you have any further questions?
I don't get it.
No, I do not.
All right. Anything further that the state requests?
Nothing that's further than state request. We assume that the court would take that into account and make a decision whether or not he's making a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of essentially proof of his facts and proceeding this way, which I'm sure the court will do.
Okay. So anything you want to add, Attorney Smith?
Not on that issue.
Okay. So, Mr. Montgomery, having heard from you that you've discussed this with your lawyers, that you've reviewed the opening statements, the draft of the opening statement, that you acknowledge that you understand that the burden of proof is on the state to prove each of those offenses beyond a reasonable doubt, and that it understanding that it is your desire for them to proceed with that strategy, the court does find that this is a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of your rights and will allow them to proceed on that basis. Okay?
Oh, yep.
Okay. So while I have you, today you did refuse transport, so I want to talk to you about tomorrow. As we discussed with you this morning, you can't change your...
Okay, so what I'm gathering is he pled guilty to the tampering of a corpse and whatever the other charge was. What was it? Someone just said it in chat. Abuse of a corpse, and there's another charge. What was it? Oh my God, the music they're playing next door. I cannot. So I think he's maybe gonna blame it on Kayla. Like, oh, I did help, carry her around, but it was because, Kayla did it. Falsifying evidence and tampering with a corpse. Thanks. Those are the two charges he pled guilty to. Meanwhile, they're going on the bus tour. Fun size. Yeah, it's going to be he said, she said. I don't know, but it's Robin. They're cussing, and not that I'm a prude or anything, but I don't want to hear that shit all day. And then they walk around cussing and throwing chicken bones in my yard. They're not doing that anymore, but they did. Saws, music, chicken bones. Week number 2. They're playing I hate my motherfucker. The police. A motherfucker. I don't know. It's horrible. It's not even good rap. It's awful. Awful. I know this bus trip is going to be all afternoon. I guess we know why they delayed opening statements. They needed to get his plea in before openings. Yeah, Adam pled guilty. Yes, right next door. They're like gutting the house next door. I can't believe you guys can't hear it. I must have a really good mic where it's not picking that up. But yeah, we just watched him plead. Here we go. We'll put it on again, guys. I wonder if he's going to come to court tomorrow. It just like all of a sudden the audio cuts in the middle of their call. I don't even think the bus is there yet, you guys. He pleaded to tampering with evidence and abuse of a corpse. He didn't plead to murder. And sadly, unless they find him guilty without a reasonable doubt, Kayla gives the reasonable doubt. But isn't Kayla testifying for the state? She doesn't want to give them reasonable
You
doubt.
admit to each and every element of the offense of falsifying physical evidence and abuse of corpse. Is that okay? And did you speak with your lawyers in detail about that?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed the opening statement in which they will tell that to the jurors?
Yes, I did.
And do you wish for them to acknowledge your guilt on both of those charges, falsifying physical evidence and abuse of corpse?
Yes.
And do you understand that it would be the state's obligation to prove each and every element of those offenses beyond a reasonable doubt before the jury could find you guilty? Do you understand that?
Yes.
And that by agreeing to allow them to acknowledge this in opening statements, the jurors can find you guilty of those two offenses, relying on that information. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, and that is what you wish to do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, do you have any further question about that?
No, I do not.
All right. Anything further that the state requests?
Nothing that's further the state request. We assume that the court would take that into account and make a decision whether or not he's making a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of essentially proving his facts and proceeding this way, which I'm sure the court will do.
Okay. So anything you want to add, Attorney Smith?
Not on that issue.
Okay. So, Mr. Montgomery,
she said,
having heard from you that you've discussed this with your lawyers, that you reviewed the opening statements, the draft of the opening statement, that you acknowledge that you understand that the burden of proof is on the state to prove each of those offenses beyond a reasonable doubt, and that understanding that it is your desire for them to proceed with that strategy. The court does find that this is a knowing, intelligent, and voluntary waiver of your rights and will allow them to proceed on that basis. Okay?
Oh, yep.
Okay. So, while I have you, today you did refuse transport, so I want to talk to you about tomorrow. As we discussed with you this morning, you can't change your mind midway through the day, but you can.
So they're going to ask him every day if he's coming to court. So tomorrow morning, they're going to ask him if he's coming or not. He gets the choice every day. And it sounds like he's going to try to make it look like Kayla did it. And she gonna make it look like he did it. And then it's gonna be which shitbag is more believable. They're doing opening tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you, Melissa D. So I guess we can sign off for the day. We don't need to sit here and watch Eagle 8, right? She said she was at work, I thought. Oh, KDK, I've got a recap. I've got an update timeline I put up last night. There's all kinds of stuff. Do you want to watch it right now? Let's see what else I have. Cuz I don't think they're going to be back in there. I mean, they might be back to close it out later, but I don't think that's going to be anything. If they already said they're doing the opening tomorrow morning, we will definitely stream that. Let's go. Just for you, KDK. Let's see what we have. We have the timeline we watched earlier, the affidavit. God, that's long. We can play the timeline again. Yeah, it sounds like he's going to totally blame her and say like, oh yeah, she did it. All right, I'm going to play this timeline one more time for everybody who has not followed this case. This will give you a brief synopsis of what it's about. It's horrific. It's not fun. It's not, but it's needed. Justice is needed for little Harmony Montgomery. She was missing for 2 years and nobody even knew And she's absolutely precious, and I bet everybody in this chat room would have taken her in a heartbeat. So sad. And I don't think they're going to have a hard time prosecuting Adam. I really don't. But here we go. We're going to play this for now. This is about 22 minutes long, so I hope you get something out of it. If you have any questions, I'll be back in just a few when it's over, and I can answer any questions if you guys have any questions. Hey guys, welcome back to Jay is for Justice. My name is Jay. I am your host. If you are new here, please consider subscribing. The big like and button. If you like my videos, give them a big like button. What? Funny. If you like my videos, please do hit that like button. Let's begin. We are going to run through a timeline provided by WMUR.com to give a brief update of the Harmony Montgomery investigation. I figured this was the best way to run through it because there are several moving parts and key players. We're going to start in June of 2014. Little Harmony was born. Crystal Sorey is her sole caretaker, and her father, Adam, was in prison. August 2014 to January of 2018. Harmony is moved from Crystal Sorey's care 3 times because of neglect related to drug use. Harmony visits her father in prison twice in January and July of 2015. September to 2015, Adam is released from prison and moves to New Hampshire. September 2016, 1 year after his release, Adam contacted the Massachusetts Department of Children and Families to resume visits with Harmony. In February of 2017, after visits with Harmony once per month for 5 months, Adam stopped responding to DCF when they requested for future meetings. Fast forward to August of 2018, Adam Montgomery meets with Harmony for the first time in 11 months and the 9th time in her life. He contacted DCF in December 2017 after a 7-month period with no contact. And there is cute little Harmony. July 2018, Crystal Sorey, mother of Harmony, loses custody of her daughter in Massachusetts. Sorey later tells police she lost custody because of drugs, and Harmony was placed in a foster home. Now, fast forward to December of 2018, the Massachusetts Department of Children and Families requested a home study by the New Hampshire Division of Children, Youth, and Families at the Montgomery's home in Manchester. But the request did not include the necessary information to initiate a home study. So Massachusetts tried to talk to New Hampshire and it didn't work. February 2019, Harmony's father, Adam, was granted legal custody of Harmony by a family court judge in Lawrence, Massachusetts. DCYF officials are notified of the custody decision before it receives the additional information it requested for the home study. Total failure. Easter 2019. Sorey says she spoke with her daughter on a FaceTime around this time. She says this was the last time she saw Harmony. And now we're going to hear from Crystal Sorey.
In Manchester, I'm Tim Callery, Well, Harmony's mother, along with her family, gathered here at this park in Manchester tonight. Everyone coming together, vowing to bring Harmony home. Crystal Sorey holds hands with her family as they gather for a vigil and pray for the safe return of her daughter, Harmony Montgomery. The 7-year-old girl has not been seen since October of 2019. Crystal last saw Harmony in April of that year.
Last time I saw her was Easter. I had a FaceTime with her. I showed her her basket. I said, next time we see you, you're going to have this basket I got you. But Crystal says after that call, Harmony's father and legal custodian, Adam Montgomery, cut all ties with her and her family. Everyone, his family, me, even my sister reached out, others. Nothing. Worried about her daughter, Crystal says for months she called DCYF, law enforcement, anyone who could help her track down Harmony. anybody I could. Like, I reached out to all of my family. Like, listen, we need to come forward. Something's happening.
But it wasn't until 2 years later, New Year's Eve 2021, when Manchester police announced a missing persons investigation for Harmony after officials say they became aware of her disappearance just days earlier. Since then, police have set up a hotline, established a $94,000 reward for information, and conducted numerous searches for Harmony. On Saturday, investigators were at her last known address, a home on Guilford Street. And as they continue to follow leads, Crystal says she has made it her mission to bring Harmony home. Never giving up.
No, never. We're coming. We're going to bring her home. None of us. We're never going to stop.
And now if you have any information on the whereabouts of Harmony Montgomery, you can contact the Manchester Police Department at 603-203-6060.
So a little too late to be worried about, never giving up. But this was a breakdown of a lot of things: drug use, horrible parenting, and CPS not doing their job right. Okay, so July 29th, 2019, DCYF received an anonymous call alleging abuse. The caller said that Harmony had a black eye when the caller visited the Guilford Street home in Manchester the week before. A CPS worker visited the home and emailed Manchester police to say there was no injury. August 7th, 2019, a CPS worker visits the home again and interviews Harmony and Adam and Kayla. Kayla is Adam's wife at the time. The worker notes a red mark in Harmony's eye and faded bruising under her eyelid. Adam Montgomery says the mark was caused when she was struck by a toy while playing with a sibling. The caseworker also speaks to Crystal Sorey, who tells the agency she lost custody of Harmony to Adam. August 1st, 2019, the final visit from the CPS worker to the Guilford Street house. The worker reports the children appeared happy and healthy. The assessment concludes that the report of abuse was unfounded, but the family was at high risk for future concerns. November or December 2019. According to Kayla, Adam told her around this time that he was taking Harmony to Lowell, Massachusetts, where her mother lives. Kayla Montgomery later tells police this was the last time she saw Harmony. When looking to learn more about Harmony's case, police narrowed the time frame to November 28th to December 10th. Then they later reveal she was killed in early December of 2019. January 8th, 2020. A referral is received by DCYF about the Montgomery household. Adam Montgomery tells a child protective service worker that Harmony is with her mom in Massachusetts and had been since Thanksgiving 2019. January 21st, 2020. The child protective service worker leaves a voicemail for Crystal Sorey to confirm Harmony's address. Officials say Sorey didn't return the call. So a whole year goes by almost, and a person close to Crystal Sorey contacted DCYF and raised concerns that Sorey hasn't seen Harmony since 2019. DCYF confirms Harmony has never been registered for school in Manchester. And then they begin to try to locate the Montgomery family. November 18th of 2021, Crystal Sorey calls Manchester police saying she hasn't seen her daughter since Easter 2019. Manchester police say their phone records indicate this is the only call the department has received from Crystal Sorey. December 27th, 2021. DCYF notifies Manchester police they are unable to locate Harmony. Police start to look for Harmony's father. December 29th, 2021. Crystal Sorey sends a letter to Manchester Mayor Joyce Craig, begging for help finding her daughter. December 31st, 2021. Happy New Year. Detectives find Adam Montgomery living in his car with his new girlfriend. Police describe him as uncooperative and refusing to provide information on Harmony's whereabouts. Police also interview Kayla Montgomery. Manchester police hold a press conference announcing the search for Harmony.
Holidays and no Manchester police are desperate for any information to lead them to a missing 7-year-old girl. Harmony Montgomery was last seen at a residence in the city in October of 2019, but police say she wasn't reported missing to them until this week.
We cannot investigate things if they're not brought to our attention. And when this was brought, we're on it.
Investigators aren't commenting on Harmony's parents or how they found out she was missing, only saying they have spoken to her family members.
So what's happened in the last 2 years? Fair question, all right? That's why I'm here today, because we need assistance, we need help.
These pictures of Harmony were taken when she was about 5 years old. She has blonde hair, blue eyes, and is blind in her right eye, so she could be wearing glasses. Police say she may have been going to school in Massachusetts when she was last seen.
We're on the holidays, and no time is a good time for a child to go missing, but I'm imploring, I'm asking, even I'll go as far as I'm begging the community, all right? I don't care if you saw this young girl a year ago and you think it's irrelevant. Call us.
Manchester's police chief saying he's using every available resource to find Harmony as soon as possible.
I have detectives working on this that all have children of their own. I do not doubt their level of commitment, and we're going to stay at this 24/7.
Anyone who might be able to help is urged to call Manchester Police or the department's crime line. Reporting live in Manchester tonight, Mike Cronin, WMUR News 9.
All right. So moving forward to January 3rd, 2022, that is when they set up the 24-hour tip line and a whopping $144,000 reward eventually was offered. January 4th of 2022, the FBI joined the Manchester Police to search the Guilford Street property where the Montgomerys used to live. Nothing was found in the 2-day search, and that included digging up the backyard. On January 4th, 2022, Adam Montgomery was arrested and charged with second-degree assault, interference with custody, and endangering the welfare of a child. On January 6th, 2022, Kayla Montgomery was arrested and charged with felony welfare fraud. This charge was later dropped, and a new felony charge of theft was filed. February 25th, 2022, a report was released by Governor Chris Sununu's office, releasing new details in the investigation and making recommendations for new protections for children in custody disputes. March 13th, 2022, Kelsey Small, a woman who was dating Harmony Montgomery's father before his arrest, was found dead in Manchester. She did not face charges in connection with the case, and they say her death was not suspicious. April 4th, 2022, Adam was arrested on new charges of theft by unauthorized taking for allegedly stealing a rifle and shotgun, 2 charges of receiving stolen property, and 2 charges of felon in possession of a shotgun, 2 charges of armed career criminal, and for possessing the rifle and shotgun after being convicted of 3 or more qualifying felonies. Investigators say the alleged thefts occurred between September and October of 2019. April 12, 2022, Kayla Montgomery, 31, was charged with 2 counts of receiving stolen property in connection with the alleged theft of the firearms. Investigators again say there's no evidence that the charges are related to Harmony's disappearance. On May 4th, 2022, a report from the Massachusetts Office of the Child Advocate is released. The report outlines several mistakes Massachusetts agencies allegedly made regarding the girl's care before she lived in New Hampshire and eventually disappeared. May 7th, 2022. Kayla Montgomery is released from jail, where she was for 4 months. She was ordered to check in with Manchester Police daily, continue substance abuse treatment, and not have any contact with Adam Montgomery. On June 3rd, 2022, Kayla was arrested on perjury charges. She was accused of lying during grand jury testimony about when and where she was at work during the window of time that Harmony was last seen and accounted for. She was released 3 days later. June 14th to 15th, 2022. Officials searched Adam and Kayla's former apartment. That was when they removed a fridge. Investigators were assisted by a sewer plumbing team. Sources told News 9 that new credible information from a person close to the investigation led to the search for the apartment. August 11th, 2022. Attorney General John Formella says investigators now believe that Harmony was killed in December 2019. He said the investigation was now a homicide investigation. September 9th, 2022. Kayla Montgomery is arrested on a bench warrant after she failed to show up for a hearing. Her bail was revoked. October 4th, 2022. Body camera footage obtained by News 9 shows the first interactions between Manchester police and Adam Montgomery. October 20th, 2022. Some of the evidence prosecutors hope to introduce in Adam's firearms trial can't be admitted. October 24th, 2022. Attorney General John Formella announced that Adam Montgomery was arrested and charged with the second-degree murder in the death of Harmony Montgomery. Court documents showed Kayla told investigators details about the killing of Harmony in June of that year.
Good afternoon. I'm New Hampshire Attorney General John Formella, and I'm joined here today by Manchester Police Chief Alan Aldenberg and the team from the Manchester Police Department and members of my office. We're here today to provide a further update regarding the ongoing investigation into the 2019 murder of Harmony Montgomery. As you'll recall, back in January, we announced that 5-year-old Harmony likely disappeared sometime between November 28th and December 10th of 2019. In August of this year, after almost 8 months of investigative work undertaken by the Manchester Police Department, the Attorney General's Office, the U.S. Marshals Service, the FBI, and other law enforcement partners, we announced that we had concluded that 5-year-old Harmony was murdered in Manchester in early December of 2019. This conclusion was based on multiple sources of investigative information, including biological evidence. Since August, the Manchester Police Department, the Attorney General's Office, and our other law enforcement partners have continued to investigate this case in an effort to seek answers and justice for Harmony. Today, we are announcing another major step in this investigation. Earlier this morning, Adam Montgomery was arrested for the murder of Harmony Montgomery in 2019 and other related charges. Specifically, Mr. Montgomery has been charged with the following 4 crimes. Second-degree murder for recklessly causing the death of Harmony Montgomery, a person under 13 years of age, under circumstances manifesting an extreme indifference to the value of human life, by repeatedly striking Harmony in the head with a closed fist in Manchester on or about December 7, 2019. Falsifying physical evidence for purposely altering, destroying, concealing, or removing the body of Harmony Montgomery with a purpose to impair its verity or availability in an official proceeding or investigation in Manchester between approximately December 7th, 2019 and March 4th, 2020. Abuse of corpse for purposely and unlawfully removing, concealing, or destroying the corpse of Harmony Montgomery or any part thereof in Manchester between approximately December 7th, 2019 and March 4th, 2020. And tampering with witnesses or informants for purposely attempting to induce or otherwise cause Kayla Montgomery to testify or inform falsely in Manchester between approximately December 7th, 2019 and January 4th, 2022. Mr. Montgomery is expected to be arraigned on these charges in Hillsborough County Superior Court, Northern District in Manchester tomorrow, October 25th, 2022. While today's arrest is a major step in this investigation, there is much work to come. The charges and allegations against Adam Montgomery are merely accusations, and he is presumed innocent until proven guilty. That said, today I do want to again express my deepest sympathies to Harmony's family, friends, and loved ones. We understand that today's news, while significant for purposes of this investigation, is yet another difficult moment for those who loved Harmony and those who have followed this case. Our hearts go out especially to Harmony's family. My office will continue to provide whatever assistance we can through our Office of Victim Witness Assistance as they deal with these difficult moments. In a moment, I'm going to turn it over to Manchester Police Chief Alan Aldenberg, but once again, before I do, I want to extend my sincere thanks to the Chief and the entire team at the Manchester Police Department for the time and dedication and professionalism that they've put into this case. And their
Adam would like to address you.
So I understand that I was found guilty by a jury, and I'm not here to dispute that at all. The only consideration that I ask of you this morning is for you not to consider anything as it relates to the case regarding my daughter Harmony. I did not kill my daughter Harmony, and I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims. Probably won't believe me when I tell you that I didn't wake up one morning and choose to become an addict. I don't want to be an addict. And I will spend my time in prison utilizing it to the best of my ability to change things about myself. I could have had a meaningful life, and I blew that opportunity through drugs. But I loved my daughter unconditionally, and I did not kill her. Please don't consider anything that relates to those charges. Only consider the facts to this case.
Now, that right there was Adam at his sentencing for the firearms charges. He actually was found guilty on all counts in his weapons trial. And the affidavit announcing Harmony's death was released June 20th, 2023. And I have a video that I can link at the end of this one if you would like to watch that. It's a read through of the affidavit. But he was okay. That was just a brief timeline. And whoever said no in the poll, too bad. 7% said no. I think his sentence is like basically adding up to life, but I got to get some food order. I got to get my groceries. So let's get the interrogation because I have not watched the whole thing. I've seen some of it, but I've never watched all of it. Oh, there's body cam. Here, let's watch the body cam first.
Well, tonight, our first look at body camera video showing the moment police first questioned Adam Montgomery about the disappearance of his daughter Harmony. Prosecutors now believe that he murdered her.
WBZ obtained some of the evidence that prosecutors have used to build their case, and it shows Harmony's stepmother was the first to tell detectives what happened to the little girl. WBZ's Beth Germano has the evidence and some new information on the case against the stepmother.
Hey, keep your hands where I can see them. What's going on?
He was found sleeping in a car in a Manchester, New Hampshire parking lot on December 31st, 2021, when investigators caught up with Adam Montgomery for the first time.
He actually is not as thin there. I'm kind of surprised. So that picture is kind of deceiving on the trampoline.
First time to question him about the whereabouts of his daughter Harmony, who hadn't been seen in 2 years and is now presumed dead.
Hey, Travis.
It just seems a little strange that you don't want to tell us where she is.
All right, I got nothing else to say to you guys.
He repeatedly refused to answer questions in a 45-minute interaction, but did claim she was alive.
Your daughter's alive? Yeah. You're sure? I'm positive. You're like, swear on your life. I swear on my life.
But the body cam footage later reveals he said Harmony had been picked up by her mother around Thanksgiving in 2019, and he hadn't seen her since. And during a police interrogation following his arrest, again he refused to cooperate.
Can you make me a promise? Like, man to man? Can you tell me that she's alive?
You're gonna play the same word games that you played with me the other day.
Okay, we're going to watch that whole video. So that was him in the car. So here it is, the interrogation video. Let's make sure we can hear it good, too. That is important.
We might be able to work on that in a few. We'll just turn this on. This is audio and video recorded. You all right with that?
Yep.
Okay. We'll do our best to try to get you a cigarette.
Yeah, we got cigarettes somewhere, so try to work on that, okay? Before we have any conversations, I'm just
Is
going
that
to
good?
read something, okay?
The audio?
And then we'll just go from there.
Hi, Mind Crime. Good to see you. That's a short body cam, KDK. All right, I'm going to put some captions on, too.
All right, just so you know, because you're under arrest right now, I have to read you this stuff, or you have to read it to me. Again, Detective Riley, Detective Dunleavy. It's January 4th, 2022. It's 8:55 p.m. You can read and write English, correct? Okay. So, Adam, I'm going to have you start from there, where it says I, and then I'm just going to have you read down.
I, Adam Montgomery, has a right to remain silent.
So, start from here. I, Adam Montgomery,
give the following voluntary statement. Detective Dunleavy, Detective Riley, who has identified himself as a member of the Manchester, New Hampshire Police Department. He has advised me the following: I have the right to remain silent. Anything I'm saying can be used against me in the court of law. I have the right to a lawyer for advice before any questioning, and to have one with me during questioning. If I cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to me by the court. If I decide to answer questions now without my lawyer present, I still have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand? Yes.
Okay. Do you understand all of these, 1 through 5?
Yep.
Okay. What I'm going to have you do, just initial 1 through 5. That just indicates that you understand what I'm saying, all right?
Yep.
All right. Can you just read that line
Do
for
you
me?
understand each of these rights? Yep.
And you're going to check either yes or no? All right. And then read the next line for me.
Are you willing to have each of these rights? And are you willing to waive each of these rights and answer questions? Sure.
Okay. Now, Adam, you're just going to sign that line.
The way he says, sure, I want to smack him. Sure. Sitting there, Sid Vicious looking ass.
Before we go forward, can we get a cigarette in here?
So, there's a sensor in there. So I'll work on getting you a cigarette at some point. I can't promise you one right now, just because the room we're in, and if this starts going off, I don't want to flood the building. You know what I mean?
Do you think they're going to go off?
That thing will, the sprinkler. So, but at some point we'll work on getting you. I know we have cigarettes in here. I know where they are. Okay, you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Do you need a water?
I don't need nothing.
You good? Okay. Are you okay?
No, I'm not okay.
Okay. What's not okay?
Nothing. What's up?
All right. So I'm just gonna ask you some basic questions. You said you can read and write English, correct?
Sure.
All right. Can you just state your full name for me?
Adam Montgomery.
And Adam, what's your birthday?
1/22/90.
And what address are you using to
I'm
call?
not using any.
Okay. What phone number are you using?
I don't have one.
Okay. What was the highest level of education?
GED.
Okay. Where'd you graduate high school from?
I did. I got a GED.
No, but I know, but like, where'd you get
While
that?
I was incarcerated.
Okay. Right now, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No.
Okay. Do you have any traumatic brain injuries or anything like that? Anything that prohibits you from recalling any memories or anything like that?
Not that I know of.
All right. So we've met before, right? We met the other day. I know you've had a long time down here. You've kind of been a roller coaster. I'm going to apologize for what happened out there. That's not how I do business, okay? that had nothing to do with me. Those are guys that like to play G.I. Joe, all right? If it had been up to me and I could have gotten a hold of you some way, I would have reached out to you. But you don't have a phone, right?
You guys could have just told my wife you wanted me to come in.
But aren't you not supposed to be talking to your wife?
No, that's bullshit.
It's not. You're not supposed to?
No, I can't be.
Thank you. Look at that.
I can't be.
I guess they're gonna let you smoke a cigarette here. They must have talked to somebody.
Somebody had to be listening to know he needed a cigarette, right? Somebody's listening.
So I don't know why who's saying I can't talk to my wife, because that's bullshit.
Maybe it's some old paperwork that somebody saw?
Yeah, from last year. But it was over and done with after I got out of jail.
So that's all cleared up?
DCYF said it was cleared up, the police said it was cleared up, everybody said it was cleared. They said that there was no contact order between me and her.
Okay, and that's Kayla we're talking about? Okay. Well, you know what, if that's the case, then that's my fault for maybe not checking a little bit further into it, so I apologize for that. Again, I apologize for the way things went down out there. Like I said, I'm not part of the SWAT team, I don't do that stuff. If I had had a good number for you, I would have just called you in. But I don't have you don't have a phone, you said, right? Okay. So I apologize for that. I do appreciate you being cooperative with me. You've never given me a hard time. I know we've only met a few times, so thank you for that. Let's talk about why we're here to talk.
Tell me what you want to say.
Tell me what you know.
I don't know nothing.
Well, what was our conversation about the other day?
You said you had a couple questions you wanted to ask me. You asked me the questions.
Well, what was our conversation about the other day? Remember we met, I mean, you remember that, it was only, what, a few days ago, right? We got a lot of worried people and scared people right now in the community. I know you're worried about the well-being of your daughter, and I kind of want to get ahead of this because I don't want you to be painted as a monster.
Well, that's what you guys are already doing.
I am?
No, we're not.
Oh, yeah.
Can you explain that?
That's what you guys are already trying to do, man.
Explain to me how I'm trying to make you, or whoever is trying to make you out to be a monster. Who's telling you that stuff? Is there somebody that I work with that told you that? Somebody you're close with, that they told you that?
No.
All right. But you understand this whole thing is getting a little out of hand, would you agree?
Of course. But
so that's why...
No, it's just the way you guys are going about it.
And again,
yeah,
I don't
not you specifically, but
right.
Yeah, nobody comes out there like that for a second-degree assault charge. Nobody. But for worse charges, they don't come out and throw fucking flashbangs at my girlfriend's car and ram us into the fucking guardrail. They don't do that. For a second-degree assault charge.
Again, you understand what the charges are, right?
Second-degree assault, right?
Yep.
Okay.
There's also an endangering the welfare charge.
Okay.
And interference with custody. Okay,
So how did I interfere with custody?
So that paperwork that we served you the other day, you remember that?
Okay.
When they were in the alleyway, you remember outside of on Lake Ave?
Yeah.
There's paperwork that you have to comply with. You understand that, right? We had that conversation, did we not? Right? So that's what that's all about.
So secondary assault charge, what is this referring to?
Well, that's what we want to talk to you about.
Well, explain to me if I'm being charged with it. What the hell am I being charged with it for?
Well, your daughter had some injuries that you know about when you lived on Guilford Street.
No, I do not. What are you referring to?
Well, you were there, I wasn't, right?
Well, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to her having some good marks.
What are you referring to?
Marks that were left on her by you.
Absolutely not. I have nothing else to say.
We talked about how we were worried about your daughter the other day, right?
Okay.
You remember that conversation?
I remember that conversation, but right off the rip, but the way you're approaching the conversation, you guys are completely out of line. So.
Me?
Yeah.
Do I? in the time that you've known me, which
What you just said to me, you guys are completely out of line.
Okay, but so explain to me, how are we out of line?
I have nothing to explain.
Okay, but wouldn't you rather explain it so we can make sense of it than just have other people's side of the story? Like, you want to defend yourself and like this picture people are painting of you, now's your chance, man. Defend.
Whose side of the story? Who's telling you these things?
People that were close to you.
Obviously not.
Well, maybe at the time, maybe not anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw that reward on the news, right?
No, I did not.
Do you know that the reward is about $40,000 to find where your daughter is right now?
Okay.
When you start throwing money around like that, people come out of the woodwork that you would never expect to do.
Okay.
So, like I said, when I talked to you a few days ago...
Can I have another cigarette?
Sure. I kind of told you this thing was going to get a lot bigger.
That's not right.
And we wanted to get ahead of it.
But you're sitting there telling me that, right off the rip, that there was something wrong with my daughter because of me. No, that's bullshit.
Okay. So if your daughter had marks on her at some point when you lived over there, how would you explain those?
How would she have got those marks?
Well, I would love to know when that marks were there because DCYF came to my house multiple times.
Okay. And we know that they came there.
Right. And closed the case.
Okay. Do we know that DCYF is the flagship agency in the country?
No.
You're a liar.
But if there was significant marks like you're referring to, I believe they would have flagged something at that point and they would have said something. They wouldn't have came there and seen that the kids were well taken care of. All the kids loved being at the house with me.
So let me tell you about what second degree assault is. Because there's a lot that encompasses that charge. Basically, if there's a mark on a kid that's under a certain age, it constitutes second degree assault. Although it is a felony, which sounds extremely intimidating, it doesn't mean that somebody got their head bashed in or they got cut up or whatever. So, although it sounds pretty intimidating, the charge, I understand that. What we're talking about doesn't mean that it's the craziest crime that's ever been committed. Do you understand what I mean?
Okay.
So, somebody could have a bruise or a really bad welt on them, and that would constitute second degree assault for a kid under a specific age. So that's why that charge is there. So nobody is saying that you took like a baseball bat or like stabbed your kid. Like, I'm just going to put that out there. That is not what anybody's saying about you.
Mm-hmm.
So I know you're concerned with when I say second degree assault, but it sounds a lot worse than I think you're thinking it is. Are we kind of on the same page?
Yeah, but for you to sit there and say that it was inflicted because of me.
We're just going on what we hear. You're not telling us anything, so we're going with what we have.
But I don't even know what you're referring to. What are you referring to?
Your daughter had a mark on her face that people, multiple people, have told us was inflicted by you.
Multiple people that weren't even living with us at the time.
Well, there was enough people that had spoken about it.
Yeah.
People share knowledge of what they know.
So somebody, you telling him, and then he tells you, and then he tells you, so something that just gets passed down the line.
I'm not talking about like a game of telephone here. I'm saying that people say a story and then the details kind of fill themselves in, like corroborate. Do you know what the word corroborate means?
Of course I do.
Okay. You're a smart guy. I'm not trying to insult your intelligence, but when people kind of fill in the blanks, that's what I mean by like we're corroborating that story. But this is your time to tell me, kind of explain that. You know, if you're saying this was a mistake or this was an accident.
I don't even know what you're referring to. Like, that's what I'm trying to get at, is I don't even know what you're referring to.
I'm saying she had a mark on her face.
I don't even know what you're referring to.
You don't recall your daughter ever having a mark on her face?
The reason DCYF came out to visit you guys, you don't recall that? Why did DCYF come out and start visiting you guys? What was the allegation?
If I remember correctly, it was because of, I believe at the time, I could be wrong, I believe it had something to do with my uncle saying I was using drugs, and I wasn't.
Now, who's your uncle, so we are clear?
Kevin.
Okay. And Kevin's last name?
Montgomery.
Now, he lived there with you?
He lived there with me right around the time when I was first going back to get custody from my daughter.
Okay.
And then he left in April, May, March, something around that time.
And just so I have it right, because I don't want to guess or like get confused, what house are we talking about?
Guilford Street.
All right, and what was the number there again?
I'm not 100%.
Okay. Do you remember what color the house was at least?
Beige, maybe.
Okay. And whose house was that originally?
My grandmother's.
All right. And grandma is who?
Kevin's mother.
Kevin's mother.
My dad's mother.
Okay. So was it the Montgomery group living over on Guilford Street?
Yeah, and they all moved out. My grandmother moved out in like January with my little brother, and they all moved down to Florida, and then Kevin went a couple months later.
And so grandma, uncle Kevin, you said little brother, and who's he?
My father's son, Michael.
So Michael, that's what I meant. Like, what's his first name?
Yeah, and his girlfriend.
And his girlfriend. And is he still with that same girl now?
I have no idea.
Oh, so you don't talk to Michael anymore?
No.
Okay. What was that girl's name at the time? Because maybe she can help us to say that, like, this is...
Kayla, I believe.
So Michael's girlfriend's name was Kayla at the time? And you dated a Kayla at the time?
Yeah.
So it kind of got confusing in the house if somebody was yelling for Kayla?
Yeah.
Okay. So, what was Kayla? Kayla you were with at the time was...
My wife.
Okay. Montgomery. And then Kayla he was with is...
I have no
idea who she was. Okay, so there was grandma and Kevin, they moved out in when?
Grandma moved out in like...
I'm just trying to think of people we can talk to.
I'm trying to figure it out.
I'm
trying to figure it out to go back. Like I think we moved over. Thank you. I think we moved over there. I think we moved over there in like, I don't know, October, September, somewhere around then.
And what year is that?
2018.
Okay.
And at the time, I was going for custody for my daughter for at least a year already at that point. And Crystal was showing no interest of going to get our daughter back. So finally in like, I don't know, December, January, February, something along them lines, courts called me, told me I could come pick her up and bring her home. Brought her home. And then, I don't know, it was...
Hang on.
I think
I have
the
a question.
month before, my grandmother left with my...
Does the court just call you and say, hey, come get your kid? Like, hey, we've had her in foster care. Just bring. Hey, Adam, come, you piece of shit. Bring your piece of shit, Sid Vicious looking ass and come pick up your daughter. Is that how it works? Don't you have court hearings? I'm confused.
Brother and his girlfriend. And then the month after, I want to say, Kevin left.
So then who was left living at the house?
Me, Kayla, and the kids.
In that time period, I don't know which kids were born yet and who was...
It was Declan and Seamus.
Okay, and
then Harmony moved in with us.
Okay. So what time did DCYF get involved with you guys? Like, were they over there often, or was it just like a certain period of time? Or
they were there every single day. The police showed up every single day, saying because that's what it was. That's what it was due. That's what it was due to. So Kevin moved out because between me and my wife and Kevin, we were supposed to like pay the bills, keep the heat on, the gas on, whatever. Well, Kevin was supposed to pay the electric bill. He didn't pay the electric bill. Me and my wife, I picked my wife from work and showed up at home. They were shutting the electricity off. So me and Kevin got into an argument about not paying the bill.
Yeah.
And he took his shit and moved out. And then so the next day, DCY, or 2 days later, something like that, I don't know, DCYF showed up and the police showed up because they said that we were unfit to have the children at the house because...
Okay, so it sounds to me like his cousin is the one that called DCF after he moved out. That's what it sounds like to me, because the grandma and the uncle rather, move out, and then DCF gets called. What's going on with them just moving out and leaving this house and moving to Florida? This whole story is weird, isn't it?
Because there was no electricity in the house.
Okay.
But we had a generator.
There was no electricity in the house, but we had a generator.
Generator running, we had the fridge hooked up to it, there was food in the fridge, everything was fine. The police showed up, seen that the kids was fine, there was nothing wrong with them. The DCYF showed up and they left.
And was that like summer, fall? Like when was that?
I want to say maybe spring, going into summer maybe.
Oh, okay. So like, you guys hadn't been there for too long then.
6 months or so.
Okay. And how did it end up that you guys got kicked out of there?
All right, so it was my grandmother's house.
Right.
They didn't pay the mortgage or whatever. They moved to Florida, so the mortgage payments weren't being paid. And I don't know, right around Thanksgiving sometimes, the sheriffs came and threw us out. And then me, Harmony, and Declan, and Seamus, and Kayla left.
And where the heck did you guys go from there?
We were in our car.
Oh, so you lived in your car at that time?
For a couple of days.
Okay.
And then...
Did you have like a van or something like that back then at least? What were you driving back then?
A Chrysler of some kind, I forget.
Oh, so it was just like a sedan?
A car sedan, yeah.
Okay, so you live in the car, so you, Kayla, and the 3 kids were living in the car for a few days, and then how'd you get up out of that situation? Like who took you in, or where'd you guys end up?
We ended up going to our mom's house, Kayla's mom's house.
Okay, and what's her name?
Chris.
Chris, how's she? Well, I mean, she must be okay. Is she willing to take you guys in?
Yeah. All right. They're like, all right. I you know what, man? Like, I don't even want to talk anymore. Like, this is just beating around the bush, man. It just seems a little too silly to me.
Well, I'm trying to figure out who can substantiate your claims that there's like you're not this like monster of a person that either DCYF made you out to be, or your family who you didn't get along with, or whoever. So that's why I'm trying to like let you kind of speak your piece about all that shit. You know what I mean?
No, I get what you're saying. I just got nothing else to say, man. And like, no, yeah, and like, I just don't want to sit there and like, can I smoke another butt?
Sure. I'll be honest, I don't smoke cigarettes. I'm a little lightheaded myself.
All right, well, I just know I smoke butts for a minute.
That's all good.
But yeah, no, but to sit there, man, and sit there and tell me you yourself too, like, this is why I feel like it's just all bullshit. This is just a game. I know it is. I'm not stupid. You fucking...
We're just trying to give you the opportunity to explain yourself.
You're sitting here telling me not to make me out to look like some monster. But you told my girlfriend the other day that she should get the fuck away from me, that you don't even know who I am and what my past is like and all types of crazy shit, like, but sit there and look me in my face.
Adam, I think, are you talking about Kelsey?
Yeah.
Okay. I think Kelsey might be exaggerating a little bit.
Right.
I don't know her to exaggerate like that.
It wasn't us talking to Kelsey either.
Oh,
There was
may have been somewhere else.
other people talking to her, just so you know.
She told me, she gave me your card and said this was the guy that said it.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you that I didn't say that. But if you want to believe it, that's fine.
I mean, she never had no reason to lie to me, so I don't know what she would lie about at that point.
She also told me she had no idea that you had a daughter, so I guess we could say the same thing about you telling her that.
Right, well,
right?
She knew I had a daughter. I mean, I have one with Kayla, so she knew I had a daughter.
She didn't know about Harmony.
She knew I had other kids.
She told me she had no idea that you ever like lived with her and that you like barely knew her. I don't know if she was lying to me because or whatever. I have no idea. I don't know her. I know you better than her, so that's what I'm saying. So Christina takes you guys in, and she's doing all right. And then would you guys move over to Union Street after that? Is that when you guys get that spot?
Nope, we go to the shelter.
And that's the one on.
Like, yeah.
Okay.
Who's we? Who went to the shelter? They allowed you to go as a family to the shelter?
See, I thought they didn't let guys there for some reason.
They always let guys there. They didn't let me there this time for no reason. Their reason was bullshit, because I would have been there with Kayla again.
So back then they let you in there.
Oh, yeah.
And it was all of you guys, like, it was the five of you, they let you guys stay there?
No. Alright, see, yeah, you guys are just...
I'm trying to understand. I don't know your timeline of life, man. You're there, I'm not. That's why I'm trying to ask you these questions, to clarify them.
I already told you the other day what transpired. So we didn't even go to her mother's house.
Okay. Who didn't go to her mother's house?
Harmony was on.
Okay, so Harmony didn't go to Chris's house. So explain to me how she didn't end up going to Chris's house.
I've already explained this to you.
Okay.
Well, there's some discrepancies between what you're telling us and what other people are telling us. You're saying you brought her down to Mass, and somebody said she came up from Mass.
I never once said I brought her down to Mass.
What did you say? She came up here to get her?
I never once said. I was audio and video recorded the other day. I never once said I went down to Mass.
So you're saying that she came up from Mass?
I'm not saying anything else.
Why is it that you refuse to talk about her every time we bring her up?
Because you guys are just sitting here beating a bush. It's over and over. You guys asked me what happened the other day. I told you what happened.
You wouldn't tell us the other day.
You guys talked to me the other day. I explained to him what happened the other day. And now, it was just a charade. Yep, no, don't worry about it. You're not under arrest, and I'll come up with some fucking bullshit.
We didn't arrest you.
No, the other day, no. But then you had a fucking SWAT team roll up on me, and the fucking D-Techs follow me around for the last 3 days.
Yeah, people are coming out of the woodwork. That's what we're trying to tell you. Like, we don't want you to be painted as a monster. We want you to maybe explain yourself a little bit and give us some side of your story. We have nothing. We have just what we're hearing from people. $40,000 to drag a lot of people out, whether you believe you're your friends or not.
No, I bet
it's a lot of money.
Yeah, I know it is. Absolutely it is.
That's what we're trying to get. Now's your time. Like, you keep locking up on us. You don't want to tell us anything about her.
No, I got nothing else to say.
I think you care
about all my kids.
Right. But the one I care the most about is your daughter, Harmony. And we have people around the clock calling into us, giving us tips from all over the country because they care too to try to find where she is. My only goal, which I told you the other day, is to make sure that she's safe. I don't want you to get tied into something if you didn't do anything wrong. My job is not to jam somebody up for something that they didn't do wrong. And if you can tell me that you didn't do anything wrong, then I want to believe you because, dude, I've met you now a few times. I helped you out when you were at the hospital when you were having a fucking meltdown. You told me about your kids. I sat there and I talked to you. Dude, I could have fucking tased you right there, and I didn't do that because I saw deep down inside that you were hurting and that I wanted to help you. Right now, all I'm trying to do is help your daughter. I want to bring her home, and I can't do that without your help. Dude, I can't do that without your help. Help, hey, can you look at me? Help me, please. That's all I'm asking for. I can't sleep until I know that she's okay. And I know that you know where she is or what happened to her, but I can't do it without your help. And if you don't want to look like this fucking animal, because I don't think you are. Not that I don't think you are, I know you aren't. But I can only do so much for you, man.
I know.
I'm begging you to help me. Because as much as you're hurting inside, I'm also hurting inside, and I don't know how you can sleep at night because I'm sure it's eating the shit out of you. Am I wrong?
No, it's eating me apart. I know I'm not fucking seeing my wife, I'm not seeing my kids. You guys are just playing games. Like, this is just...
Dude, but I'm not trying...
We're not trying to play games again.
Good. Like, telling my wife and kids that I'm not allowed to see my wife and kids. Like,
but dude, that was a mistake from some court paperwork that hadn't been updated. So like I said, I apologize for that.
But it was updated. DCYF told them.
No. This was some like DV paperwork I'm talking about.
But I'm talking about DCYF already told us multiple times that there was no contact order.
Maybe through DCYF, but
it could have been through DCYF.
Yeah.
So let's fucking forget about it.
Right,
you've seen your kid, you've seen your wife and kids over the last how many days, right?
I haven't seen them in the last. I haven't seen my kids in the last 2 days, 3 days.
Okay. You're always going to be their father. Declan, Seamus, and then Sierra, right? Kiera. And then there's Harmony.
I got nothing else to say. That's it. That's it, guys. I got nothing else to say.
Can you make me a promise? Like, man to man? Can you tell me that she's alive?
You're gonna play the same word games that you played with me the other day.
No, it's not word games.
I got nothing
Because
else
we
to
care,
say.
man. We want to know.
This isn't gonna go anywhere. Like, this isn't gonna stop. So
No, I know it's not.
So either get on the bus now or get run over.
I got nothing else to say.
Why is it you have so much trouble talking about Harmony?
Guys, I got nothing else to say. I want a lawyer with me.
I'm going to leave this copy of this ex parte, or it's a petition from DCYF. You can read it later sometime. I'll put it in your property. It's basically the same thing you got the other day. It's just a little more detailed that we handed you. It does say that you're ordered to help us locate Harmony Buttes, unless you're not going to do that.
I'm just telling you guys I want a lawyer.
It is 9:25.
Whole lot of nothing in that interview, right? He sat there and smoked cigarettes and gave him a whole lot of nothing. And he wouldn't say his daughter's name. He didn't want to talk about Harmony. So that is that. Now back to court. We're still waiting for them to get back. So thank you for watching that with me, guys. Even though it was really non-eventful. I mean, he didn't give any information. But it's 3:06 p.m. and she says that they're stopping at 4 o'clock every day. And I think we have jury selection in the morning time at 9 a.m. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this out and we're going to reconvene. Hopefully you guys will join me. I don't want to assume. It was all explained, Gene. And when I end this, I will chapter the live so that you guys can replay and, just go to the spots that you want to see. Yeah, he did, Seba. Oh, that interview, KDK, that was... Let me see. I'll tell you in a second. Well, this went online October 27th of 2022. It doesn't say the date of the interview, though. But this was put out in 2022. Because they didn't even know she was missing until December or whatever. I don't know. It's all in my timeline. I can't keep it straight. All right, Robin Malete, I'm holding you to that. Yeah, it was 2 states not connecting, guys. So I'll get an event up as soon as I end this. I'm going to chapter, get the event up for tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. I will see you Thursday, February 8th at 9 a.m. here on J is for Justice. Let's roll our credits. Thank you guys for being here and supporting Super Chats and gifting memberships and also joining. I do greatly appreciate you. Let's roll our credits. Bye, guys. Have a great night.
Where do you think you're going? Nobody's leaving. Nobody's walking out on this fun old-fashioned family Christmas. No, no, we're all in this together.
Be sure to check out my other videos and playlists for more true crime content. And if that's not enough, you can join our Patreon. Don't have a tinfoil hat? It's okay. We'll make you one. It's that easy. See you guys in the next video.
See you later. Bye.
Shall we play a game?
I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough.
Is it one Jennifer or 2 Jennifers?
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Jennifer loves horses. You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans
telling her not to fuck herself.
face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time, I ain't got time.
Everybody does that. It's okay.
Coming in hot, high new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on coke and Jack.
Is it one Jennifer or 2 Jennifers?
Thanks so much, Jennifer.
Bye, Jennifer.
Coming in hot, just like the fajita.
You want a cough drop?
I